tell them do it if you want. Be damned if they do, won't lose sleep if they don't. See how they pay my dues, I had to struggle too long.
Big value.
I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
I'm on a roll now.
When you work this hard, you deserve to party harder. I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
You wanna gamble, yeah?
No pictures, please.
Came this far, we ain't about to go back. Came this far, we ain't about to go back. It's a celebration.
Stavic takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the final day of the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are in Prague at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague for the final table of the 5K main event. From a record-breaking starting field of 1,458, just 6 players remain competing for the trophy and a first prize of 1.1 million euros. I am James Hartigan, saying hello to Joe Stapleton.
Hello to my babies.
And saying hello with mixed feelings to Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Nick, obviously great to have you with us for the final table. Sad that you did not make it through the second round of the Spin and Go Championship.
Yes, it is very sad, but I have to say it was a great experience. And honestly, I don't like to use the word deserved, but I do feel like I deserved the win. I played really good. I got extremely close. I won 4 of the 5 games that I played, but I think there's some improvements we can make for the next one, and I'm really looking forward to it.
There's stuff about the Spin and Go Championship across our social channels as we show you the 6 players remaining in this Prague main event. The short stack, Jayung Park, has laddered up not once but twice. He is now guaranteed nearly €250,000 euros, but he has got his work cut out with just a 14 big blind stack and just 30 minutes to go until the blinds go up. Sergei Alonsov, 21 big blinds. Baraz Oz from Israel, 30 big blinds. Anton Bergstrom is the player who could make history today. He won both editions of the EPT online event, so he is a 2-time EPT champion. He could become the first 3-time winner with victory today, but like the rest of the field, he had his work cut out for him. Pedro Marques, probably the most accomplished player at this FT, has 9 million chips, 61 bigs, and Paul Runcan from Romania,
Year of Romania,
is the chip leader with a huge advantage, 120 bigs. That's a huge stack. As we see what they're playing for, I referenced the fact they've all locked up nearly $250,000, 233K, more than 300 grand if you can ladder to 5th, nearly 400K if you can get to 4th place, and then more than €500,000 euros for 3rd place, more than 700 grand for the runner-up, and the 1st place. The single biggest slice of the €7 million prize pool will go to the winner. This year's champion will receive 1.1 million euros. Not bad for a day's work, Nick. To be fair, 6 days work.
Yeah, to be fair. No, absolutely amazing prize, but we always love to see it tick over into that 1 million or more mark. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. Our final 6 is going to be a lot of fun. Some unknowns as well as some knowns. Anton Bergstrom obviously being a very known, Marques being a very known, but I'm excited to see what these others have for us, and actually I've been enjoying watching them play over the last couple of days, so let's see what they got.
Absolutely, and interestingly we didn't know until yesterday, or it wasn't confirmed until yesterday, that Bergstrom was What If God, that EPT Online double champion. Sergei Alonsov does not actually have that much tournament experience. Lots of sit and goes online, so says he understands ICM and push fold equity. Interestingly, he's friends with another Belarusian player, 2-time EPT winner, Mikolai Babal. This is the breakthrough year for Paul Runcan. All of his top 5 scores have come in 2024. Originally from Romania, now lives in Nottingham in the UK.
Year of Romania.
Anton Bergstrom could make history today. He is a 2-time EPT winner, could be a 3-time winner. 3 W Coupe titles, 5 scoop wins, also made the final table of EPT Barcelona back in 2005 when he was just 20 years old.
Gonna take a little stretch.
This former psychology student, easily the most experienced live player at the final table, FT'd Barcelona in 2018, FT'd the PSPC in 2023. He has 4.7 million in live earnings. The Israeli player Barak Oz combines this game with his job as a data analyst, makes 3 or 4 poker trips every year, this being one of them, is planning to get married in the next few months and will definitely use his prize money today to help pay for that occasion.
The great and powerful Oz.
Thanks, Joe.
And then we have Jayung Park, a semi-pro player from South Korea. This is his first EPT, his first time playing poker outside of Asia, and the second Korean finalist in the EPT's 20-year history. The other being Gabyong Kim, who also finaled this event.
A very tough player. He's no walk in the park.
It was a good size as well.
Yes, very good. If you done it against me.
Action underway. We have 30 minutes left to play at the 100K, 150K blind level.
Which one?
I love it.
Hand 1 of the final table.
Oh, you mean me? Okay.
You should have just gone
That
for
was a
it.
small bluff.
No problem. No, I'm joking.
I thought you were going to call and then see King River and you just donkey punch off.
I'm joking.
Ace-10 suited for Barak Oz. Opens to 300,000.
9 pass.
Park folds. Alonsev is on the button with 8-4 off.
2 pass.
He's out. Chip leader Paul Runcan with 120 big blinds folds the small blind. Anton Bergstrom in the big.
All right. Kings.
Yeah,
My goodness.
I was going to say he clearly has a decision here whether he wants to defend. Yeah, he wants to defend. He wants to re-raise, and a lot of Christmas cracker chips are going into this pot.
Yeah, but we still
You
play.
can use 6 now if you want. There's 6, right?
That's 1150?
Yeah, 1,150 or 1 million.
Yeah, it's a sizable, chunky 3-bet.
That's right. And also, guys, don't forget, it says UTG +1, but we are still 6-handed. So
yes,
it's actually not a ridiculous defend. And, you know, a player like Bergstrom, especially if you're aware of his online name, which, of course, now we all are as well, one that, you know, you might start leveling yourself early doors that he's just trying to assert dominance.
I have Kings, so.
And I'm kind of happy we can talk about it now, James, because what a force to be reckoned with, online and off.
Yeah.
We just see the time bank cards for today being distributed to the players. So obviously they brought over any cards they still had from the previous days. 6 additional cards at the start of play today.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously we knew that Anton Bergstrom was What If God, but we have to respect players who don't want their online handles to be disclosed.
I didn't know. Don't
want that to be in the public domain. No, you just forgotten, Joe. There's a difference.
Yeah, like whether you've forgot something or don't know something, it's the same thing. Someone asked me what year the War of 1812 was. I don't remember. It's the same as I don't know.
Snowman's for Alonsev, and he is open jamming for 21 bigs.
Nom nom. Jam.
How do you feel about this play, Nick?
Kind of spicy. The only thing I'm going to say, though, is on an FT, with the pay jumps the way they are, I think this is probably a considerable mistake. Off of 20 bigs, I think we want to have a lot more min-raising, right? If 2 players wake up behind with big hands, you're going to be in the danger zone there. And also, let's not forget as well that this is not the shortest stack. Jayung Park is actually 14 big blinds.
Yes.
So that might be showing a little bit of an experience, James, and understandably so, because I'm not going to be the master of ICM here. I'm certainly no ICM super whiz. But what I have learned working with some very talented players who know ICM very well is that we need to have a lot more min-raising on the final table, even with hands like 8s that feel a little bit comfortable jamming around the 20 big blind mark, just because can get yourself into a lot of trouble there, and you want your opponents to do the work for you and find the ladders without risking any chips.
Ace-9 for Runcan in the cutoff.
Nice.
300. 5 pass. 6 pass.
It's 300k to go. King 7 in the big for Oz. He folds.
Runcan's so mad he didn't get a chance to bluff shove the river with this hand.
Almost like 2-3, yeah?
That,
No.
yeah. That's exactly what I was about to bring up.
He's paid too much in ante as well.
Uh-huh.
Today, no bluff.
No, no,
Excuse me.
2-3.
Give him back 150.
Thank you for
100.
these
150.
emotions, really. And I've looked for a Russian translation, commentators.
You can't
They
afford
are,
that.
looking at this tournament, and they told karma exists against this guy. Yeah. They remember jacks against kings.
That deuce tray bluff from yesterday, one
You didn't see
of
that
the
No,
coolest hands I've ever seen.
So I was actually not in the booth, but I watched it with some friends out as a clip and a replay. And I have to say, that might be one of the craziest hands of EPT I've ever seen in my life. Absolute insanity.
3 pass. 5 pass.
It was a hat? No.
John Delano watching on Twitch says that bluff will live in infamy.
Sometimes I guess, and I guess right.
Infamy, infamy. They all have it infamy.
It's still out there.
Bit of carry on humor for you.
8 4.
I'm always trolling them.
Oz completes in the small blind with 6-3 suited. Park with King 4 in the big. Is not checking his option. He is raising.
425.
Made it 425,000, leaving himself 10 bigs behind. Fold from Oz, and Park is going to chip up. Now playing a 15 big blind stack. Park now posting the small blind. Ronsav in the big blind. Pocket sevens. The chip leader, Paul Runcan, under the gun.
He's going to kick us off here with the min.
Bergstrom. Pocket tens.
5 4.
Flats.
6
Yep.
pass.
This is very much big stack versus big stack kind of energy here, although we can see Runcan got about 3 times the chips of Bergstrom. We're still deep stacked in relation to the other shorties, and that's important when we're thinking about ICM. These two don't want to really collide, even if they've got super monsters, just because there's so much value in allowing the short stacks to be pushed out as the blinds come around and be forced all in, put them in more compromising situations. So these two players are going to go to the flop 10s and 7s.
Yeah, with both blinds folding. The flop is ace, queen, 9. 10 still good.
I wonder if Runcan even wants to bet this one. I mean, it seems natural to just c-bet ace, queen, 9, but under the gun versus the +1 calling range, I think
He always
actually
takes these spots.
I was going to say, this feels very much Runcan's style, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't like to give up, and he likes to be the aggressor. However, I think Bergstrom's calling range +1 here is going to be like 10s and jacks and ace, queen, and ace, jack, and it's going to be quite strong.
Even like ace, king offsuit, right?
I mean, potentially, if he wants to play it that passively, you know, and maybe even trap some of the shorties into shoving behind or something. That's an interesting thought, Joe. Yeah.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
I mean, I could even see Runcan betting again, specifically targeting 10s and jacks.
3 bet 400.
We get a second barrel of 400,000.
So sick.
Oh, man.
He's such a sicko.
Bergstrom folds.
He's such a sicko.
Well, he's now playing
Euromania.
19.2 million. Now playing more than 125 big blinds. And we spoke to the chip leader at the start of the day before he took his seat at this six-handed final table.
So it's been nice so far. Hopefully today will be
You
the
made a
same.
crazy bluff with 3 deuce yesterday. What were your thoughts during the hand? Did you think he'd fold as good as a flush?
I cannot disclose, yeah, but hopefully when I finish, I will. Yeah, I thought he will fold the big hand.
And finally, what's going to be your strategy for today?
Playing tight, no bluffs. That's it. Only with nuts. I play nuts. Nutted-handed, that's it.
Doesn't give much away.
I mean, that's so funny. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Plays tight, no
Amazing.
bluffs.
Does he think his opponents are going to watch that and go, oh, he's going to have it today?
That's one of my favorite interviews we've ever done.
That was fantastic.
A little bit better. Man 10?
No,
I cannot disclose.
Check 7?
King 2.
King 2.
I cannot disclose. Play tight, no bluffs. Okay, I tell you. Play tight, no bluffs. All right, back to the action, gang. 7th hand of final day action.
8 plus. Nine plus.
Oh, Holton asking, what is today's dealer track? Spare a thought for the dealers. We ran out of albums. It's a CD single on loop. It is the 1995 electronic classic, Do You Want to Do It in My Room by Cool Cult.
Wow. Queen 5 suited folded on the button there. Perhaps a little bit concerned about raising into the 2 big stacks, which is understandable. I actually don't mind that. Bergstrom's playing this in the big blind, though.
Heads up.
Ace, ace, 6.
Three check. Five check.
Jack on the turn. Runcan takes the lead.
I already thought Runcan was going to win this hand.
Three check.
No, I'm certain of it.
Checks the second time. And Bergstrom checks behind again. 6 on the river. Runcan still with the best of it.
Like, absolutely no disrespect to Runcan, but he's got a style all of his own, man. Like, he's finding the 2 barrels with the 7s on ace queen 9 or whatever it was, and then he opens it on ace a6. He's finding a check here. Like, it's super interesting the way he's sort of randomizing these moments. He's obviously now got the goods with the jack on the turn, really. Blind v blind, this is going to be the best hand here a lot.
Yeah, bets 600k into 900k. And Bergstrom has to decide whether to make the king high hero call, playing the aces and 6s on board.
The weird thing about this is the way Runcan's played the hand looks extremely strong, right? Why would he not c-bet ace a6? Why would he not bet the turn when he has the opportunity to, like, sort of delayed c-bet bluff if that was the case? King high, obviously, on this texture is going to be good a lot, but the thing is, Bergstrom's thinking on that level. It might just be small enough for the call regardless. Yeah.
Yeah, makes the call, gets paid off, and increases his chip lead.
Yeah.
Paul Runcan now crosses the 20 million mark and has significantly greater than a 2-to-1 advantage on Marques, who sits second in chips. Quick strat question about that hand, Nick, from Elephant. Why is he raising to 375k with Jack Deuce? Elephant says you want to go bigger from the small blind there, right? Because you're giving the big blind such a good price to come along.
I actually agree in this case. I do think that is quite a small steal size. However, there might be some strategy surrounding, big stack versus big stack play. When you're playing a player of Bergstrom's caliber, though, with the big blind ante in play 6-handed, when you're raising to just 2 and a bit bigs blind v blind, Bergstrom should be defending nearly 100% of hands. So you're not really going to get too many folds, especially with a hand like that. You certainly do want folds. So in this case, Chat Pro, absolutely agree. And then as played, also not finding a c-bet on that ultra die texture is also interesting when you consider how wide Bergstrom needs to defend.
Yeah.
Interesting thing on that river as well is, I guess, the 600 could be kind of almost like a blocker bet where he has a king. It could be a chop as well as, you know, king high is actually winning. So in the grand scheme of things, for the price you have, I think that you need to still call with the king high, even though it does feel pretty grim. And I think you could tell from Bergstrom's face that's what he was thinking too.
He wasn't surprised.
No, he was not surprised. I don't think anything surprises Bergstrom anymore.
Well, now we have Runcan raising big on the button with a pair of threes, full 3x open, and both blinds pass.
Has anyone dragged a pot but Runcan at this point?
There was that 3-bet from Bergstrom with kings, which won him the pot.
Right.
There was a blind v blind hand, which saw Park manage to keep his head above water, 14 bigs. But no real surprise that Runcan is able to leverage that chip lead with a short stack at the table and significant jumps in prize money. I mean, what is it, 70k difference between 6th and 5th? Action on Alonsav, who has 9-5 of spades. Folds. Runcan with ace-10.
Next.
Keep going.
He's made it 300,000. Bergstrom folds the button. We've got Marques in the small blind, passing, and we've got Barakos in the big blind.
Great and powerful. Ace-king.
Okay. Have some of that. Stick it in your eye.
3 point something. 3.5, I think.
24 big blinds? Something like that?
So he was 4th in chips?
Big plus.
So okay. Which one?
Shows the ace as Runcan folds.
Yep, story checks out. No messing around. Get the chips in.
One of that as well.
So good, very good fold for you. If you had one of them. Probably.
Baristak says the production is awesome, but Star's got to try to change up the lighting at the table in the future. It looks so grim. Everyone looks cooked and tired.
What?
I don't think the lighting has anything to do with it.
Yeah.
And I do think the players probably are tired and fatigued because this is day 6.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they look cooked.
No, but
I think it's quite pleasant actually.
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the players look terrible, but if they do look a bit fatigued, I get it.
No, sure. I'm not questioning your comments. I just can't agree with the initial statement in the first place. Like, I don't think they're. I think it's very well lit. You spent a lot of time lighting this thing. Also, your band.
6 ways, 300. 8 plus.
It's cold lighting, in my opinion. Thank you, award-winning cinematographer Rystax on Twitch.
All right, Rystax. Send us your preferred lighting temperatures, please.
Maybe get a new phone.
Hey, Patrick, just for a laugh, cut and paste Rystax's feedback and send it to Gary. He'll take it well.
Okay, we're playing this end. What's the point of having all the chips if we don't play all the pots?
Jack 9 of diamonds. Folded around to the button. Oz folding 5 deuce. Park in the small blind. Folds ace 4. Alonsav with Jack 3.
Next.
Indeed. Next hand it is. Runcan closing in on the 140 big blind mark. Should highlight that in 10 minutes time the blinds are going up. So we played out the last 30 minutes of the last level we were playing last night. We're going to roll straight into level 32. There won't be a break for another 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Ooh, shiny trophy. Nice work, whoever polished it. Those tend to get a little bit fingerprinty before they go on there. It's looking real good today.
We got some of the best trophy polishers in the business.
$375.
Ace-4 suited, and Anton Bergstrom being first to act can raise here because...
It's Runcan's big blind. What are you doing?
Well, Runcan couldn't get into the pot first, so at least he can raise here. Thank you to Sherdman here, who says, I think the trophy is not lit very well. It looks tired and cooked.
I'm actually just mad I didn't think to make that. Furious, actually.
Oh, God. Nice one, buddy. Very good.
We're getting at least a call here, yep.
So 9-7-6. Shockingly, Runcan has flopped the best hand.
Sorry, Anton. The production is amazing, and it starts with an amazing commentary team, says David. I would actually say that we appreciate that comment, but it ends with an amazing commentary team, if we're amazing at all. It's really everyone else doing everything spectacularly that just sets us up to look good, and we appreciate that. And I did also, while I'm thinking of it before I forget, wanted to thank the mods this week. Thank you very much for sterling work, as usual.
Yep, absolutely. They make it look beautiful. We just talk about it, apart from the poor lighting, of course.
And Runcan leads at this.
Yep, and gets a fold from Bergstrom.
Come on. This is unfair.
So we asked Anton Bergstrom how he feels about potentially becoming the first three-time EPT champ.
I'm not sure it's the same thing, winning a couple of online ones and a live one, but I mean, it would obviously be cool. Just the headline.
And your last final table, EPT final table, was 19 years ago. What advice would 2005 Anton have for you today?
What would I do differently? I don't know, just try to play my game and not fall into any mind traps, honestly. Because I was more intimidated back then. Because I was with Gus Hansen and Antonius as well on their first entry, so, or not Hansen's, but. And it was my first EPT as well, or pretty much first live tournament, so I didn't have much idea of what I was doing. So.
And are there any players you're going to target or avoid today?
I guess I want to avoid playing big pots with the Romanian guy, because obviously he can bust everybody and he's not afraid to try to do so. But I still think he deserves to win the way he played yesterday, so if I don't win, I want him to win.
Anton Bergstrom actually questioning whether it's the same thing. And of course it isn't the same thing, but the reality is those online events were considered official EPTs. He has 2 EPT trophies already. This would be his third. It would be his third title. And yeah, it's just amazing that he was 20 years old playing his first live tournament, makes the final table of EPT Barcelona in 05. Antonius is at the table. Christian Hansen's at the table. Gus Hansen's at the table.
Yeah, James, it's definitely not the same thing. It's way harder to win an online EPT, in my opinion.
What were the field sizes like for those? I can't remember.
Barcelona Season 2? I mean...
No. I mean the online ones.
Oh, they were decent.
Yeah, huge. And not just huge, but obviously stacked, because there's no excuse for anyone who's got the money and the
No one was at a different event?
Yeah, exactly.
There was no WPT in Bahamas to compete with?
I mean, it was as competitive and as stacked as a 5K W Coupe or 5K Scoop event.
Oh, easily. Quite easily, yeah.
And more players. You're absolutely right. Bigger field.
Yeah. I mean, look, I appreciate that it takes a different skill set. That's not to say online and on live don't have different challenges, but I do think that probably from a skill standpoint, from a technical standpoint, the online versions were a very challenging.
Oh, Alonsov opens from the cutoff with aces. Marques defends his big blind, and look at that flop. Queen, Jack 9, 2 pair for Marques. And the all-in snap call.
Good luck.
Alonsov just open jammed the flop after it was checked to him. 2.4 million into a pot of 850,000.
Я тут не отскакиваю. У него 2 пары с флопа.
Good luck, my friend.
Ran right into Janina.
A little bit for him, but still, I get money. So.
He does have 5 outs. An ace or a queen.
I'm not sure I like your hand though.
Would help him.
It's gonna be counterfeit.
Ooh.
Ooh, Mr. Bergstrom.
Bold prediction.
Mr. Bergstrom.
4 of clubs on the turn. So additional outs now. Obviously there is the club draw for Marques, but the ace of diamonds, 3 queens, 3 fours could save Sergei Alonsov. The river card is a 10, and we have our first KO from the final table.
Good luck.
Sergei Alonsov from Belarus cashes for 233,050 euros, taking us down to the final 5.
Aces ever, almost. One of the worst.
Yeah.
And everyone remaining is now locked up more than 300 grand.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Obviously, bit of a setup. The way the chips went in could have been different, but there's a chance probably it's the same outcome regardless. And yeah, that will see Park ladder as well. Let's not forget the 11 big blinds of Jayung Park.
Again, he's laddered 3 times now.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, we have been focusing on Jayung Park laddering, and maybe specifically because of the move he pulled with the time bank cards yesterday. But one thing I was ignoring.
No, I mean, he lost with kings as well. So.
Best hand have to be on the river, no pre-flop.
No, the best pre-flop hand. Yeah, that's what I mean. I agree, yeah.
That's one street. Long way to the river.
Sorry, gang, I just want to let them chat if they're going to. Is that the movie pulled against Dan Kishu with the time bank cards?
His best chance is pre-flop, but
benefited him, but everyone else also. Like, everyone else also laddered up, and I was kind of ignoring that aspect yesterday.
Actually, no.
Yeah, we were discussing it behind the scenes. I have mixed feelings about it. I do think it's like not great etiquette, but you got a point, Joe. Do you think they just convinced Jayung to do it? They're like, "You're the new kid of the block. You gotta you gotta earn your points here, kid."
I'm in the Griffin camp.
No,
like, I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it either. No.
Sorry, Griffin said he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Griffin said that.
I don't believe him.
If you had kings, you would have showed both of them.
If I ask, he owe me one time to show one card.
The guy that found my bank card and tried to order drinks on it without me knowing.
Anytime.
Wait, that happened to you?
That was me.
On this trip?
It wasn't on this trip.
I thought you were joking about. I thought he was joking.
So I said to him, "Hey Griff, I left my card at the bar. Could you grab it for me? I've already canceled it." And then he sent me a picture of a receipt where he tried to order like 15 beers. He went, "Don't worry, it's definitely canceled."
That might have been a bit.
No, it wasn't. He sent me the receipt.
Yeah, but the receipt was.
I got the card declined on my phone.
Oh, you did.
Just like one each.
He was doing me a favor. He was testing that it was definitely canceled.
Oh, I love that. Love the spin.
That's the Griffin line anyway.
Never mind.
No, you're good.
Yeah, it was a small blind, so. Because last time he paid 250. No, it was correct.
I'm on the big one.
I want to save him money.
So we now have 2 monster stacks. Runcan playing 21 million, 142 big blinds, and Pedro Marques now playing 12 million, 82 big blinds. Everyone else significantly below average. Bergstrom 30 bigs, Oz 24 bigs, and Park, who's playing through the blinds right now, down to 9 bigs.
I don't know, guys. My prediction here is we're going to see some swift eliminations and then a huge prolonged heads-up battle. That's my guess. That's my prediction.
I think yesterday we were already predicting
a longer day.
And no, not so much that, but just predicting, and I guess in a way almost wanting a heads-up battle between Runcan and Marques.
Sure.
I'd take Bergstrom in the mix there too.
100%. I would too.
No offense to Oz or Park.
No, not at all. Nothing to do with them as players, more just the stories and a lot of people who have been in contention for it before battling. I like that kind of storyline.
Good fun.
Also, if you just look at the chip disparity,
More 1.35. Okay, sorry.
You would normally see a stack like Runcan's and go, hey, this could be one of those run away with it type of deals, especially the way he's playing and how aggressive he is and the way he's running. But then you see Marques has 82 big blinds.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, well, I guess it's a 2-horse race.
I want to try and fulfill this request from Joe Company. Which commentator speaks with a higher pitch?
300.
Probably me.
Okay, assuming he means you then, Joe, can you say, it's lights out and away we go?
It's lights out and away we go.
Perfect.
But can you say it with a higher pitch voice?
It's lights out and away we go.
Not my buttons. Not my gumdrop buttons. You're a monster.
Marques has opened with King, Queen of Diamonds. Round to Bergstrom in the big blind with Jack 9.
We know the power of Janina. We just saw it.
It's a good hand.
No, the other one, please. No, the main commentator. Why? How about the one who doesn't have an American accent? That would have been more specific than
I don't
the
have a high
pitch
voice.
one.
I've never been accused.
Notice
of
how the
high
guy
voice.
says the main one, and James is like, oh, he means me. Hell of a flop for Bergstrom.
Yeah.
With the open ender, the flush draw, turns top pair.
89% equity.
It's Janina.
What was the line? The lights have gone out and we are away.
How does Joe... I don't think you have a high voice, a high-pitched voice.
It is higher pitched than yours and James's.
But if I was going to distinguish or try and isolate someone, I would focus on accent rather than pitch of voice.
I would focus on the handsome one.
Oi, you, do the thing. Oi, say the words.
Oh, who was that obnoxious guy that was asking me to roast him on the first night over and over and over again? Oh, he was so annoying. Roast me! Roast me!
What's going on here?
It's the Power Path Open and free roll time.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a chance for us to remind you that there will be the final free roll of EPT Prague later on today, which is awarding tickets to the Power Path Open at the end of December. $2,000 in the prize pool of the free roll, and that $2,000 is made up of $109 tickets to a tournament which will be awarding gold power passes, silver power passes, and Sunday Million Anniversary tickets. 2 dates. Sunday Million Anniversary is in April. The Power Path Open is on the 29th of December. So play the free roll today. We'll give you the start time and password a bit later on, and earn your ticket for the Power Path Open just before the new year kicks in.
All right, I'm starting to get a little more clues here.
Yeah.
Apparently that's an F1 line, and I do sound a lot like a particular F1 commentator. Like Liv Barry sent me a clip. Other people like, is this you on F1? And I'm like, it's not. I wish it were. But there is an F1 commentator that sounds a lot like me.
The biggest issue I have is the actual phrase "lights out and away we go" just makes me think of Rick and Morty. Do you remember the episode where he's like, "And away we go,"
Yes.
where they're splitting realities?
So these guys are saying, no, it's the English guy who sounds like the
No.
commentator. Who are you talking about?
When they say English guy, do they mean the guy speaking English?
They must be talking about me. I do sound a lot like Crofty.
Martin Brundle.
And Martin Brundle. I've had that too.
It's the English guy who sounds like Crofty. He's on Sky F1.
Well, there is an F1 guy that multiple people have sent to me, and I go, I must admit, this does sound like me.
I didn't know there was an American Formula One commentator.
He does the Vegas one, I think.
Oh.
One more.
If I was going to do sports commentary, you have to do the sports commentary voice. And it's lights out and away we go.
They're coming around the bed.
I am doing sports commentator voice. What are you guys talking about?
Apparently I nailed it. Boom. Can you get me a gig? A lot of money in Formula One.
Oh, yeah.
Bergstrom has raised the button here with King 10. 8-7 for Oz in the big blind.
You got 4 point and 4.6.
All right, the Wizard of Oz facing that min open decides just to fold the 8-7.
8-4-2.
Actually, don't hate
So
that. I
4.5
think probably is a
So
hand that you
now
could
five.
consider
Yeah.
defending, but with the ICM pressure, a little bit more tightness required.
Yeah, just over 5.
It's getting shallow.
Yeah, I know.
85 minutes left, 90 minutes left. It's all right.
Yeah, Runcan doesn't seem concerned that it's getting a little shallow in there, Joe.
Yeah.
Nah, he's fine with it.
Not with his 21 million chips.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's slow enough.
All right.
One more.
I was going to say, that's not 4 chips. Okay, tricky one here for the great and powerful Oz.
Fair enough.
You know what? You know what, Joe?
What are you gonna
Honestly,
do? We can see it's
fair
domination.
enough.
We can see it's domination nation, but
No, I think probably if we're going to be all technical, there's something we could do here. However, I think he's looking at Park stack and he's just going, bruh, no. Look at these pay jumps. I'm just not even going to guess it here. King Jack might even just be a fold. Don't even know. It's a very complicated situation with these big chip discrepancies.
I think
and there
it's,
you go.
I think it's definitely a fold. I under the gun from the chip leader. Jayung Park has 6 big blinds. Like, there's very few hands you should be playing there, I think.
I'm honestly not 100% sure. You can see the discrepancy in the chips there, guys, and that's what's going to dictate how
It's
players.
certainly not terrible.
Absolutely not. No.
Much better.
No, it's not egregious, right? You're kind of going, if you feel uncomfortable in this situation playing for these kinds of sums of money, there's about 100K pay jump between 5th and 4th. The guy on your direct left has less than 6 big blinds now, or less than 7 big blinds.
Nice hand, but it's no good hand.
Let's just not get get too crazy. Let's just go. Let's just keep it chill.
Oz with King 10 this time. And it would be to raise Runcan's big blind. And yeah, again, fair enough. Look, it looks tight, right? It looks tight, but it's blind on blind. Park versus Runcan. You're raising Runcan's big blind. He can just like, if you limp, whatever you do, he can just like 8x it, and then you have to fold.
Like the jack.
If you raise, he just re-raises you with any 2 cards. You can't play back. You can't do anything.
If you min raise and Park wakes up with it, you got to spin him because he's only got 6 bigs, and that's a big chunk of your stack. That's like a quarter of your
Then
stack.
you got to double up Park when he ships Ace Deuce on you.
In actual fact, it's more like half of his stack. Excuse me, guys. Barak Oz, 15 big blinds. So yeah, no, you're right, Joe. I honestly like it.
I don't know what the computer says because
I don't care what the computer says. I like it.
I'm not a studied person, but I do understand not having a chip stack and how to ladder up in poker tournaments. I'm real good at it.
All right, Marques is going to open it. Park's got the worst hand in poker.
Runcan in the small, Queen 4 off. Found a hand he could fold. And Bergstrom is going to ditch 10-5. That's not ICM. That's just scared money. That's not an account that can chat for a while. You banned.
Nice work, Joe. Oh, okay, little rail going on. Little rail action.
And they're all looking at themselves right now. That's what's on the monitor.
he's like, I think that's me. This is a strong look on the left here. Sort of a bubblegum blue.
Do you think he recognizes himself? He seems mesmerized.
Slides with the socks.
There we go. A little emotion.
Okay, there you go.
Little kiss cam. Why don't we do the poker kiss cam?
We should do more kiss cams.
We gotta do kiss cam. Come on, who doesn't like a little smooch? Huh? A little.
Little chip cam. Yep, you got to run this one for sure. Absolute shortest stack, queen 10 in the cutoff. It doesn't get much better.
Okay.
These are good situations.
If you get the chip leader to fold ace deuce, didn't he call it off with king 10 against someone last night and knock him out?
Well, the one thing I would say, Joe, is actually this is one of those moments where
he doesn't want to knock him out, right?
It benefits him to keep him in. If he knows it's a for sure knockout, he just runs it. Obviously,
I know how to be the short stack. I don't know how to have the chip lead.
You have his big blind. You have his big blind.
Jayung Park, 40 years old, building Lego, watching animated movies and cartoons.
No.
Man after my own heart.
Interests. I kind of want to rip on that, but it's not like what I do is any more mature, and I'm older than he is.
Read cartoons and play video games.
Yeah.
Also write cartoons. Have you guys ever checked out Joe Stapleton's graphic novel?
I did write a cartoon, so.
You guys ever checked out Trapped? Go and check it out now.
Thank you very much, Nick.
You're welcome. I mean it. It's really good as well. It's actually a great read. Not for kids, though. Let's make that clear.
It is not for children.
It is not meant for children, as some people needed to be informed.
I always say that my humor is neither for children nor adults. Runcan is open to 400,000. Speaking of the comics, they asked me yesterday, are you happy for us to give them all away here in Prague? And I said, yes. Haven't seen a single one. Not sure.
Because they gave them all away.
They're getting brought from location to location, but I don't know where they are, just in a box somewhere.
Zephyr in the chat asking, hey, Nick, how were the spinning goes yesterday? So I did take part in round 2 of the Spinning Go Championship yesterday, guys. In short, I didn't get through, but I played very well. I actually won 4 of the 5 games required to go through, but I got very unlucky in every subsequent game. There is some behind-the-scenes footage. I did have a couple teams following me, so there will actually be a full breakdown of hands and stuff like that at a later date. You guys will see why I feel disappointed, because I feel like I really earned it. I was all in for the win several times with the best hand. Anybody watching Flix's stream yesterday will have seen it as well. I got robbed, basically, several times, but it was a great experience. I think next year we're going to try and do more like that, and I think the format will live on because it was super intense. It was very competitive and a whole lot of fun.
Runcan's going to fold Jack Trey under the gun. King 6 for Bergstrom. Marques ace queen.
He's raising into the 2 short stacks, don't forget. I think I'm just all in if I'm Marques. Okay, gonna find a min raise. He's raising into a 13 big blind stack and a 7 big blind stack. Maybe he thinks this is the way to induce more shoves, I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe he's happy for someone to peel and play post flop. King 10 suited is a hand. Not sure it's going to get much better than this. On 7 big blinds, Jayung Park is all in. Marques makes the easy call off.
12-5.
Marques,
Good luck, guys.
the favorite, Park at risk. But a fair amount of equity. 35% of the time will survive, will double up.
Who has what? Ace queen here. Okay.
Come on, Anton.
All right, let's run it.
10 high flop. Good news for Park. Now it's Marques who has to catch up to knock him out. Daedalus says, I hope Park smiles if he wins. He's going to have to fade the turn and river. Fades the turn. You can see a smile brewing under there. The river. Smile. No smile. Double up Park.
He's smiling with his eyes.
Schmizing.
Schmizing. Yep, short stack doubles, and that sees Jayung Park 17 big blinds, which is 4 big blinds more than Barak Oz, who was waiting on that bust.
No spicy chimes in. Double parked. I'll allow it.
나 지금 더블업 한 걸 봤어.
Park has leapt over Oz, as Nick mentioned. Oz with 13 bigs, 17 for Park.
So now Oz needs to do some work. I mean, Park and Oz kind of in a similar situation. Similar sticky situation. As we continue now. Speaking of the Wizard of Oz, here he is, KJ on the button. He's just going to ship it here. Definitely don't mind this at the stack depth, especially with one of the shorter stacks to your direct left. And into the chip leader, who's got 5 high. This is fine. There was some criticism earlier. I say criticism, just some comments about the 8s shoving from our 6th place finisher. However, here at the stack depth on the button as one of the shortest stacks, I think it's much more justified. Although, of course, the 8s earlier also very reasonable as well. Probably not all that awful. Maybe not optimal ICM-wise.
3 points. How much you have?
Still logical.
3.45.
Oh, man, here we go. Park is more of a Klingon than if he would be a Star Trek character. DJ Funny Bone.
Oh,
yeah.
He's back.
No, he's not back, is he?
He is.
Unreal. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chat.
Doofus Dave, if you're in the chat, make yourself known as well.
Doofus Dave.
Traffic and weather on the ones. DJ Funny Bone.
We also have, and I can't believe it's taken until day 6, and also a good 45 minutes into the final table for our first question about taxes. Gordon wants to know, are there taxes on profits in the EPT?
Oh, my God.
I still, to this day, don't know why everyone is so obsessed with taxes.
I think it's because you can picture yourself winning the money more and you start thinking about the consequences of it. It's got to be what it is.
I think it's just, I think people just want to find downsides to winning large amounts of money. They want to be like,
that could be it too.
They want to be like, oh yeah, so he wins $1 million, but how much does he really get to keep? Like,
how much did he lose?
But how much did you lose?
Well, I'm actually going to answer Gordon's question because it elicits the classic poker response. It depends. And it depends on where that player is from and where they pay their taxes.
250.
Vexium just says taxes are cringe. I mean, I think we can all agree with that. That's fair. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I think it's the same reason why the poorest people in the world vote for things that benefit billionaires, James, is that they assume they're going to be rich one day.
Right. So they're already planning what they need to set aside for their tax return.
Exactly.
When
they win an EPT.
Yeah, right.
I know as an American, I'm happy for my taxes to be as high as they can as long as that money doesn't go to help anyone. It has to go to bombs and tanks, and that is it. Maybe jail, but we certainly don't want to help anyone with it. You're watching EPT Prague. Top pair still good. Bergstrom with the open ender now. And maybe sometimes the 3s are good. Bergstrom does make the call. His pot's getting juicy.
He's got a straight draw.
Brick.
Well done, Joe. You've now got a whole new fan base. Shockingly, people who don't recognize sarcasm and actually hold that mindset. Marques has moved up to 11.3 million, playing more than 55 big blinds at the current level, which is 100k, 200k. Runcan still leads with more than 110 bigs. 3 players tied at the bottom now. Park, Oz, Bergstrom, all hovering around the 15 big blind mark. Officially, Bergstrom is now the shortest stack of the 5 remaining players.
Yeah, this is shaping up kind of how the prediction looked. Although, you know, still time for some roller coasters to occur.
All back.
You guys know I love short-handed poker. I love the intensity. I love the requirement to just play wide ranges. This is really what I've done for most of my life, is this short-handed sort of style of poker, and I just think it's really interesting how much the dynamic changes versus the 8-handed play we see throughout the tournament.
Anyway, thank you for your question, Gordon. We are moving on from the subject of taxation. I don't really care what people think about tax, and all future comments about it are going to get banned. So we want more gems from DJ Funnybone.
Yeah,
keep it light.
Keep it light, and also DJ Funnybone, hit us with some of your best bits, please. I think that should be a regular thing, you know, on Poker in the Ears. Should we get like one wise crack from DJ Funnybone, and you guys can get the real soundboard going?
DJ Funnybone with the topical news quiz. Doofus Dave is going to tell us some funnies in a moment. Right now, this is Simply Red.
Perfect.
Ace 10 is the best hand. Oz bets 500k, wins it.
Okay. The great and powerful picks up a couple chips.
No longer the shortest stack.
Lucky not on the big blind.
Vamos.
It would be a repeat.
I appreciate the graphics team flashing up those chip counts often, because really it's super important. Each hand, each exchange of chips really makes a big difference between the strategy.
Same regarding outs.
No, with queens.
Even queens is better because queens is better because of the straights possibility.
Runcan with Queen 8 suited in the cutoff. He's doing Runcan things and raising. That's right, Celtic Dawn. Runcan holds 50% of the chips in play right now.
4-9, all over.
And I guess we should highlight the dynamic, Nick. I mean, it is pretty much tied for last. You look at Oz, Park, Bergstrom, they're all trying to outlast each other.
Yep.
That makes Marques' situation really tough, right? He doesn't want to get into a big pot against Runcan.
That is exactly correct, James. Yeah, he's the one who's got the most pressure at the moment to remain composed, not go too wild, not start building pots with one of the other chip leaders or anybody that can put a dent in the stack. Does have everything to benefit, you know, by finding ladders, but doesn't even necessarily want to be the one to take players out at this point, right? If one of the big stacks does the job for you, takes out 2 players, you know, we're laddering like 200K. How does 200K sound to you, Joe?
I was just about to say that I can't picture myself being chip leader here, but I can picture myself somehow having squeaked my way to being the bottom stack, and I would feel so much less pressure being the short stack here and just knowing that, like, I can't really mess up. Like, everyone expects me to go out in 5th, and I'm more than happy to do that. If I somehow go out in 4th, oh my God, I'm going to make more money. It's incredible.
Like your coach comes up to you, Joe, and they're like, hey, Joe, you're middling stack right now, so like don't do anything crazy. And you're like, oh no, don't worry. There was never any chance of that.
Exactly.
I'm locked up.
Oz gets the shove through, so he put some distance between himself and Bergstrom and Park. He's got more than 20 bigs. Anton and Jayung playing 15 bigs each, both hovering around 3 million chips. Still got an hour to go until the blinds go up, an hour until the first break of the day. And to answer Ali's question on Twitch,
화장실에 넘어가고 싶어.
6 additional time bank cards at the start of the final table. So any cards you haven't used over the last couple of days, you bring forward to the final day. And we saw the players get their 6 additional cards at the start of the second hand of the final table. Marques with Queen Jack of Spades.
This hand way too good.
Raises to 400,000. And round to Runcan's big blind. Jack 9.
Honestly, Runcan can get so out of line in these spots against Marques for the exact reason you pointed out, James.
Runcan defending with a dominated hand.
Yep. Minimum call, I think, but and this is definitely probably not one of the 3-bet candidates that you'd imagine, but like I said, it's always nice to kind of know what's possible.
Can do.
To the high-pitched commentator.
$275.
Continuation bet.
Yep.
Well, that comment's not going to last long.
It's also just not true.
The check raise from Runcan. And this is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, and you know, like whether or not this is a hand you should be three-betting pre-flop, probably not. I mean, like I said, this is more just to do with dynamic that I'm trying to sort of highlight. Post-flop, however, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 10-4 deuce. Just do it. Just punish.
And Marques forced to fold here.
You didn't miss nothing.
And Runcan
nothing, yeah?
up to 23.3 million as Jayung Park returns from the restroom.
I will say that Runcan's... Hold on, let's take a look at some of his old facts here.
So we mentioned already that originally from Romania, lives in Nottingham, and to be honest with you, 270K in the grand scheme of things is not a huge amount of live earnings, but that is because he's really kind of like now becoming a circuit regular this year, and this has been a breakout year with all of his big cashes coming in the last 6 months or so.
He is really impressive, and we've seen a lot of people come to a final table or a final day with big chip leads. And we've seen them sort of ham-fistedly try to wield that chip stack, and it sort of doesn't always work out. His seems to be way more measured, even though it's crazy aggressive. It feels targeted. It feels very thoughtful. Maybe it's just virtue of the fact that he hasn't really run into it, but he hasn't really run into it. It's been... Everything has worked, and usually at some point it doesn't. So, but I don't feel like that's going to happen to him. It just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel random to me.
Yeah,
I feel what you're saying, Joey. The energy feels a little bit more.
It's deliberate, and and it seems very well thought out.
Yeah. So action here pre was. Park open, Bergstrom call.
Yeah, button raise, big blind defend, check, check on the flop. 5 of spades on the turn. Ace high is still good. Bergstrom checks a second time. No delayed c-bet from Park, rather. He checks it back. And a 10 on the river. Park is still good. These are, by the way, the 2 shortest stacks at the table. Bergstrom leads the river. And it's tough when 575K represents such a significant percentage of your stack to make this hero call, but an ace-high hero call would give Park this pot.
This is a weird one, I think. If there was ever a time to call with ace high, this feels like the kind of run out given the action where it's kind of appropriate. I feel like Bergstrom semi-bluffs his hearts on the turn. He semi-bluffs spades on the turn quite often. Probably represents a jack sometimes. Could be value betting a 10. That's annoying, obviously. Yeah. That's the one that probably makes sort of the most sense, in my opinion, apart from perhaps a weaker jack that checked twice. That also is probably pretty reasonable. You can't rule them out, but I think that generally you can...
That's a call.
Yeah, nice. Very good.
Makes the call. Heroes correctly.
That's huge.
And that is going to change the dynamic at this final table, because now you've got Park and Oz tied on 20 bigs. Anton Bergstrom now playing fewer than 10 big blinds. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
And he is the shortest stack at the table by a significant margin.
Yeah, very good. Found the double up to 21 bigs. Nice work, Park. It's a good spot. I like the bluff, but also, you know, you got to be brave in those situations. If you're going to have more passive lines with the ace combos, you need to understand where the hero calls come from some of the time as well, and I think that's a good one. If he's got trip fives, he probably likes to bet into the 2 flush draw board as well. Likes to lead. Bergstrom, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Oz first to act, ace deuce suited.
Don't do it.
Starts the hand with 21 big blinds. Folds. Park. 7-3 of hearts.
You know what would be totally boss is just not look at your cards and fold.
Round to the button, chip leader Paul Runcan. Lets this one go, so it's Bergstrom in the small with king queen. As we've established, he's now playing sub 10 bigs, and he is all in. And let's see if Marques has a hand.
How much is it?
10-9 suited, the Grafton.
Thank God he's still got a tiny bit of fold equity. Teeny tiny bit of fold equity. You can see how close this is for Marques.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, you'd much rather win this hand, right, than have him call you with 10-9 suited, right? I mean, win it pre-flop, Nick.
Yep. Right? Yep. And there's a look at the adjusted final table chip counts. Bergstrom still the shortest with 11 bigs. Yeah, the Marques spot, I want to say it's close. At the FT, again, there's a lot of benefits to keeping those short stacks in play, but also not gambling too much. 10 high, not ideal. Chip EV, sure. ICM, not so much.
This is hand 35 of the final table. Action starts with Jayung Park with Jack 3 offsuit going into the muck. King Jack of strawberries for Paul Runcan. Who's funkin' for Runcan today? Who wants to see the Romanian win?
It is the year of Romania.
It's always the year of Romania.
King Jack for Bergstrom. He's all in.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And Runcan says good luck, makes the call, cards go on their backs.
Sorry?
No, nothing.
I think it's the worst.
All right, time to heat check Runcan right now.
How hot?
How in fuego are you?
He's too hot.
I don't want to do.
I was kind of happy when I saw it. I wanted to see King 10 suited, but...
You want to see King 10 suited?
Yeah.
That's close. This is...
No, of course it's a call. You call with Queen Jack suited here as well. It's easy call. You have to call so much.
I take 5 seconds for that. This one is...
I just didn't want to be called with like ace 5 also.
All right, let's go.
Heart.
Yeah, both of us.
And 2 clubs for Bergstrom.
One of us has to cry on the turn. Mostly me, because you...
Let's
no
put a
chips
club.
for you.
Just like this. Go.
Okay.
Ace of clubs on the turn means that Bergstrom is free rolling.
I need it.
10 of clubs.
You don't need it.
Come on, 10 of clubs.
Just been bleeding chips here.
So, it's I give to me.
Yeah.
You can fight on the streets after.
The river is a spade.
No, this time.
So this is going to be a chop. And you know what they say?
Coming, yeah?
Everyone loves a chop putt. Especially at the final table of an EPT.
Absolutely.
So Anton Bergstrom still alive, but still short. 12 big blinds. A player who could, and granted right now, when you look at the dynamic of this final table, it looks unlikely, but still could potentially be the first ever 3-time EPT winner. He has 2 EPT online titles, 2 trophies won in 2020 and 2021 as What If God. And here, he could win his first live title, giving him 3 EPT trophies on his mantelpiece.
James, I need to address this on YouTube. Michael Maman says, how can you say Runcan is well-reasoned when he has hit his card every time he's seen a full board?
Oh, because you can't do both?
Well, yes, but also, Michael, my man, as in Michael, my man.
My dude.
You need to go check out. You need to go check out some clips from yesterday because.
Oh, you mean when he had deuce 3 and got a flush to fold?
When he had 3 high.
When he hit that card?
When he had 3 high and had absolutely nothing the whole way and called down and then got the flush to fold on the river. Go check that one out.
What about his check raise against Marques not that long ago? He had completely missed the board, but he's just playing his stack and playing situationally.
No, but that is him hitting his card.
Oh, I see. Oh, look at this. Street flash potential. Park. Jack 8 of spades. Runcan does have a pair of 10s here and backdoor possibilities. There is a spade on the turn, giving Park the flush with a redraw to street flash.
Also, my man, your band.
Perfect.
Action's gone check on both streets. King on the river. Park bets 200,000. Is Runcan going to pay him off with a 10? Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Loses the little ones.
Yeah.
If any.
Flop, yeah?
That's the trick.
Good value. If you bet 225, I pass. No, I have a 10.
10?
Still 5-handed at this final table. Approximately halfway through level 32. Still about 50 minutes to run at the 100k, 200k blind level.
400.
And we get Pedro Marques opening this hand. Raises to 400,000 with pocket 10s. Park's on the button and seemingly has a decision. Oh, no, it's Oz on the button with ace-4 suited. Now action is on Park in the small blind. He does not have a decision. And once again, Runcan in the big blind. 7-5 off.
I think Runcan can probably afford to be in most pots, to be honest. 7-5 seems fine.
Defends. Flop is Queen Jack 6, all diamonds.
Are we going to see Runcan lose 2 pots in a row?
Oh dear.
I think we are.
Is this the beginning of the end? Runcan checks. Marques checks? Question mark? I'm checking this board.
Okay.
I think it's a check or like a 1/4 C, but I think I prefer the check against the chip leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does check it back. Turn card is the 9 of diamonds, so Marques with the flush and street flash potential.
2 hands in a row?
My brain went straight there as well, Joe.
If Griffin were here, he'd be singing the wrong music.
And it would be something to get us sued.
350.
Hey, there's the bet.
And a very quick fold from Paul Runcan.
How did the disco music go, Joe?
It's much harder.
Yeah.
I don't meow, meow, meow,
meow, meow, meow, meow, meow, meow, meow.
No.
Runcan is showing how to light your chip lead on fire. DJ Funnybone.
Pedro Marques is a former EPT finalist, also made the final table of the PSPC in 2023. Second on the all-time money list in Portugal, he sits behind João Vieira and has $4.7 million in live earnings.
Yeah, I always enjoy watching Pedro play. Really, really composed, clearly very well versed in the art of the cards.
This is going to be blind v blind. King 8 for Runcan in the small.
Do you think Runcan has ever not raised this hand pre-flop?
Not in this dynamic. Oh.
It's enough to put Bergstrom all in, and he's going to fold.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Bergstrom, only about 11 or 12 bigs to start that hand. King 8 is a easy push, especially as the chip leader, especially with ICM.
Bergstrom, 10 big blinds. Temezu asks, what else? Tournaments there, background, going, same time. Yes, your question. Yeah. Runcan's button. Pocket fours for the chip leader. He's got the sailboats.
Mamma mia, here we go again. No, Pedro's in the big blind. He can't chip this.
But he is going to raise big.
And Anton is going for it.
With ace-10, Marques folds. Runcan calls, and we're off to the races.
No.
Anton Bergstrom is flipping for his tournament life and will need to hit to survive.
Like four calling birds versus 3 French hens. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Like tired versus cooked. One of these two men is lit poorly.
The flop is King 9-9.
That's pretty fair, yeah.
That's not bad for Bergstrom. Anytime you've got counterfeit potential, you're liking it. Aces, kings, and tens working for him right now.
8.
Jack of diamond?
Yeah. There's no 3 or deuce or 4. Forward.
Jack of diamond would be
Deuce.
The deuce on the turn does not give him any additional outs. 9 cards. Anton Bergstrom can hit to keep the 3-time dream alive.
Should have used them today. Played terrible.
Ace, king, or 10 required. The river is an 8. And Anton Bergstrom departs in 5th place. Cashes for 303,000 euros.
Good game. Good luck.
He will not be a 3-time EPT winner.
Man, all class this guy, and just mad skills. Got nothing but respect for Mr. Bergstrom. GG's.
And what a gift he gave us by letting us out him.
Yeah.
As What If God really added an extra fun layer, an extra sweat. And I'm not going to lie, I would have liked to interview him and see him lift the trophy at the end of this event.
All players ladder.
They do indeed. Everyone's locked up nearly 400K. We are now 4-handed. And Paul Runcan just chipped up to 25 million. Second biggest stack. Pedro Marques with 9.6 million. Jayung Park has around 24 bigs, 4.8 million. Barak is now the short stack with 3.3 mil.
The short stacks have still had so many survivor moments. Someone needs to call Jeff Probst. DJ Funnybone. The tribe has spoken.
Park opening under the gun here with ace-10.
It makes me laugh too much, though.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to call someone out in the field. If you call us back within 10 minutes, we're going to pay your credit cards.
Marques decides to move all in, leveraging his stack against Oz and Park. And Park has to decide whether to call it off here with ace-10. And he is going to fold. I Love Model says, with all respect, online wins don't count as EPT main wins. To be fair, Anton Bergstrom said it's not the same thing. However, he does have EPT main event trophies. He does have EPT main event titles. When we weren't able to run live poker in 2020 and 2021, we did say these would be structured and would play the same way an EPT live event would play, and they would count as titles. You can't go back on that a few years later.
Yeah, with all respect, you don't decide what counts as an EPT main win. PokerStars does.
With all due respect, you don't just decide a bunch of things during the pandemic and then just go back on them a couple years later.
I would highlight that a number of major events moved online during that year and awarded titles, trophies, for an online version of the actual live event. They still count as wins.
Well, with all due respect, Runcan's folding 9-7 offsuit. On the button, covering bull stacks, 20 big blinds and 16 big blinds. That's Park with 20, Oz with 16. This is the max push. That's interesting, right? Oh, this is close. 15, 16 bigs.
This feels like a slam dunk call. Hold on, let me cover up Marques' cards. He's the shortest, right?
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's... I'm putting myself in his shoes, and I think I find a fold there, too.
Is it different if you're the big blind?
I think it's very... Yeah, absolutely, because you still, you know you're closing the action. For sure, that's different. And also... I don't know. 12 big blinds, maybe. That feels good to me. 15, 14, 15, 12, 12.
It's like, it's very likely in this spot.
It was that good.
Very likely, but still not enough equity, I think, to call. And he's after me. Close one.
Marques with King Queen. First to act.
400.
Raises to 400,000. Oz folds the button.
400.
Park in the small blind is out. Runcan in the big blind. King 4 of clubs.
All in.
Oh, El Maximo.
Oh, so sick.
El Maximo. That is so brutal.
He's such a boss.
Oh, man.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania, it really is.
I mean, this is what a way to close out.
Just
2024 with a Year of Romania, just killer.
How much you got? I don't care. I'm all in.
Absolute psychopath.
I know that a lot of people say average stack is meaningless, and I get that. But right now, we are playing a 10.9 million average. There is only one above average stack at this table, and that's Paul Runcan.
Really pretty amazing.
8 plays. 400.
I was going to find the open non all in with the KJ.
Mm. 9 plus.
Oh.
Queen 9 in the bag for Marques. And we are going heads up to the flop. She's King 10-7. Top pair for Oz. Gut shot for Marques.
400 into 1.1 with top pair.
Good fold.
If Oz gets eliminated next, do we blame the falling farmhouse or the bucket of water? DJ Funny Bone. That was okay, actually.
That was a good one. I like that one.
That was fine.
So, a legitimate question here from Donut on YouTube. Am I the only one not liking that pre-flop shove from Runcan? Running into a monster would turn the table entirely when he has a comfortable lead and domination over the table right now. Is it the case, Nick, that the reality is Marques can only call there with like one of 3 hands?
Yes, that's the whole point. I understand the question, though. It's very reasonable, actually. And it's very easy in poker to go, well, what if he has X, right? He's taken a hand where he has a blocker. It makes it slightly less likely his opponent has kings plus or ace king or something like that. Even ace king, James, might actually sincerely be a fold there. I know that sounds insane, but you have to remember Marques is in a position right now where he is very likely to find at least one ladder for huge sums of money, right? Yeah. And therefore, in that situation, when you're blocking kings plus or ace king or something of that ilk, applying max pressure will force Marques to fold like 98% of the deck. Right. And that is a huge power. Jack's definitely a fold. 10's definitely a fold. Queen's very probably a fold. That's where it starts to get a little bit murky. But the point being that the move is applicable in a situation where the pay jumps are forcing them to play extremely tight versus the maximum aggression.
Got to stop worrying about these pay jumps and play for the win. Am I right?
That's right. Sometimes you just got to look them in.
I mean, the guy from 2005 is gone. Maybe we can drop the 2005 attitude as well.
Runcan with a legit hand here, raising under the gun with ace-king. Round to Oz in the small blind. Ace-10, and he is calling. Park with 8-5 of hearts. Does he want to come along as well? He's closing the action, getting a good price. Yeah, we're going to go 3-way to the flop.
Wait, what?
This is strange.
Is that allowed?
I didn't think this was allowed.
No real shock that Runcan flops a piece this, but it is Oz who has the best hand right now, pairing his 10.
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Checked around, 5 on the turn, so now Park has a pair as well. Runcan still with the gut shot. Oz with second pair still ahead.
Oh, look at this.
Park's going to lead.
Get out.
What a strange young man. This is highly irregular.
Runcan is as confused as we are and folds. What does Oz do, though, with second pair top kicker?
He calls.
I mean, it's possible that Park would check a queen and then bet one on the turn, isn't it?
100%. No, this is not. It's not like he can never have a good hand here, but I think ace 10's too strong to fold. Oz has been on the more cautious side, however. I mean, if Park is playing a 5 like this, does he play a 10 like this? In which case we have the 10 out kick. That's a really big factor, having a 10 of this ilk. If he's making that gesture, though, Joe, this might actually work.
I mean, Oz has been very.
Okay.
Wow.
Folds
Nice one.
the best hand. I'm not quite sure if Park knew he was bluffing there, but...
No.
Yeah, it technically wasn't a bluff, I guess, but in this case, we can see it was.
A value bluff.
A value bluff. Amazing. Very unexpected.
And those are the stacks of the remaining 4 players. Runcan way out in front. Park hovering around 20, 25 big blinds. Oz still the shortest stack with 15 bigs. 35 minutes till the first break. 35 minutes until the blinds go up. Right now they are 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante.
Yes. All good.
It just goes to show the pressure these guys are under. Barak has obviously been sweating those pay jumps, and obviously understandable.
Yeah.
But is it perhaps going to cost him the opportunity to go a little bit further? Now down to 15 big blinds, still very playable.
All the people at home who can sort of see why Park did that, maybe they would play it the same way.
Yeah.
Parallel parking.
Parallel to park, yeah.
I love the way that Marques is going to try this again. It didn't work the first time, Pedro, and it ain't going to work the second time.
I appreciate Runcan helping us to drive this point home, though, James, right? The hands are actually improving, and there's still folds. Good call, by the way, James. Well done.
Right now, that trophy most likely is going to go to Paul Runcan at the end of today. What's his advantage now? Better than 3-1?
Oh, man, unreal. I'm loving this.
I mean, it's only like 2-1 if you combine all the rest of the chips.
Okay.
Let's not forget that Bergstrom also said, if I don't win, I want Runcan to win. So maybe he's got the Bergstrom energy on his side.
It's an interesting analysis from Elephant and from Workday Boy. Will we now see Marques adjust his strategy? Is he going to try limping under the gun?
No.
Thank you for your answer.
Sorry, no, I don't mean to sound short, but there's really not a lot of limping on FTs, according to ICM. And part of that is because we win so many chips at non-showdown when we actually have opens. Now, I appreciate what you're saying. You want to adjust for the fact that the big blind is just ripping into you, but still plenty of times when he's just not going to have the right combo to do it, right? We've seen him do it with King X. If he doesn't have King X or Ace X, then it's much harder for him to make those big, bold plays.
Well, now we see these two in a blind v blind situation, unraised pre. Runcan betting 200K on the flop. Marques with the best hand, but it's only Jack high, and again, he's forced to fold.
You know how commentating isn't even really a word?
I think it's become one.
Well, Jose says our commentatorship makes watching the stream so much more fun.
I have to say, we need to make that a word. I love that.
I like
love
that.
it.
Welcome to the commentatorship, my brother.
Sounds like a new system of government.
Thank you, Jose.
We don't have a democracy, we have a commentatorship.
You know how like the Magic Circle, like that's like the group of magicians? Maybe the commentatorship is like the brotherhood of commentators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we demand to be taken seriously.
I love the fact that I'm talking about ruling a country, Nick, and you decide to downgrade it to what sounds like a union.
It's more of a cult, but, you know. Union.
You know, there is a poker commentators union.
There isn't.
Yeah, it's the local 420. It's casino janitors and blackjack dealers. We fall under that one.
Is this a joke?
Marques shoves on Oz, small to big. Oz folds.
Oh, that's a good point, John. Can we also get a commentator spaceship?
Okay. All right.
Oh, come on. We need a ship for all the commentators when we have our, our dinners.
That's going to be a no from Hayden.
No? He's not paying for the ship? Okay, fine. Not a spaceship. I was trying to indicate that there was a space between the two words, Raksha.
Oh, I thought you were saying spaceship.
I also heard spaceship.
Okay, sorry. Commentator, ship.
Yeah, you need to do it verbally rather than...
Still no, turns out, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. Anywho, moving on. Runcan taking a hand off. Not going to play 7-3 offsuit. Okay. So it's Marques on the button with Jack 8 of hearts. Now he can start leveraging.
All in.
Shoves on the two shorter stacks.
Max pressure, like it a lot.
Oz has the Spraggy, Ace 7 offsuit. Don't do it, buddy.
Ace. 6 suited. It was a no. Ace-7 off is a yes.
Oh, wow. He is all in with a cursed hand. Park is out with 10-8, and the cards go on their backs. Oz slightly ahead. It's almost a flip. Ace-7 against Jack-8 here.
Yep, that's why these combinations are so good. When we get shallow, we can apply a lot of pressure because they end up having a lot of equity when called by combinations exactly like this. You'll note as well the 13 big blinds in the small blind. That was the cutoff for Oz. Previously, not a call when deeper. 13 was the cutoff in his mind, it would seem. And we're going to run it, guys. Pretty much a pre-flop flip.
Oz is going to need ace-high to hold to survive. He's the at-risk player here.
Well, not good.
There is an 8 on the flop. Pedro Marques takes the lead. It's no longer a flip. Oz is now a significant dog, 4-1 underdog, and his best hope of survival here is to spike an ace.
How about a 9?
Turn card is a king, no additional outs. Only an ace on the river saves him. Barry Greenstein needs to make an appearance or we are going three-handed at the EPT Prague main event final table. The river card is a 6. And we see Barak Oz eliminated in 4th place. He'll receive 393,950 euros. The final 3 all guaranteed more than $500,000.
We will no longer be holding space for Oz.
This GTO wizard is our 4th place finisher. And when are people gonna realize ace-7 offsuit is a cursed hand? We've still got 29 minutes to run on this level. Of course, we have reached the point where our final table has gone three-handed. So when we come back from the first break of the day, we'll already be at the 45-minute blind level.
Wowee.
Whoa, whoa.
No, it is small. No, button small, big, already.
Now you're small blind and this big one.
Now you are small.
Oh. Sorry.
Hey, if you've never made it to three-handed in EPT before, you might not know how that works out.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
Just highlighting.
I wouldn't know.
It's a dead button here, so Park is the small blind, Runcan is the big blind.
Good run for Barak Oz. He's spent a great deal of the last few days defying gravity.
400.
And Park has made it into 3rd place.
That's true.
I liked the holding space bit. That was really good, too.
And Park, by the way, still has 20 big blinds. We don't have like a super short stack right now. But I'm sure the other 2 are going to make him feel like he has hardly any chips at all.
Well, Runcan can still ICM pressure Marques in this situation too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing a hand here, 8-7 against 4 deuce. And he didn't do it 3 times in a row. Marques opened, and Runcan just defended his big blind, didn't shove on him.
275.
And maybe he's going to give him this one.
275.
Yeah, like I said before, James, I think it is sort of blocker-based, the moves you're going to make there. So
yes.
It's not like a lot of people are like, oh, he's going to do it with any 2. That's why we can't raise.
No, of course.
That's not the point. No, you guys missed the little asterisks.
Also pretty wild that we've lost half the field in what is the first full level of the day.
Not even the first full level. Still almost 30 minutes left.
During the first full level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 12.8.
It did feel, though, with the dynamic and with the chip stacks that, you know, getting down to three-handed or heads up just didn't feel like it would take that long. Maybe not as quick as it's gone. I do feel that we are, let's say, for example, Park does go out in 3rd, which is going to happen a significant percentage of the time. It's just a math situation. Then the heads-up battle between Runcan and Marques could be quite long. Both deep stack, both proficient. I think it'll be a fun battle, by the way.
I'll wait for the TV highlights.
Runcan with ace-7 suited. Now this hand does not have the same juju as the unsuited variety, so he is going to move all in here.
Also, hearts being the juiciest suit have good juice.
Now, actually, guys, let's talk about this one really quick. That was just the straight jam from Runcan. Now, I appreciate when you're doing this to Pedro and you got a bunch of shorties, and obviously Park is a shorty here. I don't know if maybe we're starting to stray into a little bit too pushy territory, right? A7 suited plays great in position. You can min-raise that and get 2 folds just the same as you can with a push. Yeah, of course you're applying max pressure. It just doesn't feel like it's the same dynamic where you're going to convince them to fold like the whole deck. You know what I mean? Having Park in there still has that sort of vibe.
We'll see.
But I don't know if maybe that's starting to get a little bit heavy-handed, especially when we see Marques is now up to almost 70 big blinds. That's like over half Runcan's stack.
I need to run this one past the comedy writer in the room. Joe, Mo says, if Runcan was a doctor, we could call him Dr. Uncan. He's shaking his head, Mo.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where the joke is. I wasn't shaking my head. No, I was like looking back and forth to find the punchline.
Can we get DJ Funnybone's opinion on that as well, please?
So there we go. That was another classic. Marques Open, jammed on by Runcan, has to fold. And I think it's fair to say that Jayung Park understands Wasiel's theorem, having laddered from 9th to 3rd, locking up more than 500,000 euros. Of course, there's a big jump, 200K if you can ladder to 2nd, and then the single biggest jump as we go from 700K for the runner-up to 1.1 million euros for the champion. We see the names of 3 players we have lost so far today. 50% of the final table gone. 2 more eliminations until we have our last winner of EPT 2024. Does feel weird. And of course, again, I am going to highlight that it's circumstances beyond our control. It does feel weird that after this, it's going to be 4 months until the next EPT, the better part of 5 months before we crown another winner.
That's weird for me. That's a long time off.
I know that there is not enough time to do another live EPT in February. But what were we just talking about? What were we just talking about with Anton Bergstrom?
Oh.
What were we just talking about?
Online EPTs.
Just saying, it doesn't take a genius to think that maybe, or maybe it's not that, but maybe I would. Usually we do something.
Folded to Marques in the small blind. He shoves on Park.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Joe.
I heard that they're still going to make all the team pros go to Paris and pick up their merch.
As long as little Brandon is there,
yeah, thank God. And then also, of course, we have our lovely new luggage to go and collect it with, so we're fine. Yeah, our PokerStars luggage. Yeah, I don't know. I think to not do an EPT for that length of time is very weird, but obviously we will still be making content for you guys in some capacity. Looking forward to 2025. I think it's going to be a fun year on the old Twitch/YouTube streets.
Speak for yourself. I'm going to sit on my couch.
4 on those.
Marques with Queen 10 raises the button. Six-5 for Park. Folds. $10-8 for Runcan in the big blind. Defends. He is dominated as we go to the flop. 8-5-3. Domination rotation in Runcan's favor.
No shh.
Runcan leads for 200K.
This might be okay to continue with if you're Marques. Obviously, the fact that Jayung Park is 15 big blinds effective is concerning. I do like the lead. I like the call as well. I think we got a lot of ways to win this pot still. Obviously, a queen or a 10 being a pretty straightforward one some of the time.
A 10 would not be a good card for Marques.
You're quite right. Sorry, James. You know what I'm saying. I meant from the perspective of Marques when he can't see the cards up.
But as every chat pro knows, Nick, you have to use all of the cards to make objectively accurate analysis.
Right. Sorry. Quite right.
Good bad look like we haven't heard yet. Marques looks like Rob Van Dam. He's the whole effing show.
Who's Rob Van Dam?
He was a pro wrestler.
Oh.
And
I don't know wrestling.
His catchphrase was I'm the whole show.
Oh. One thing I enjoyed when I did Felix's stream is they got like a little soundboard with the bleep built in. So you can bleep yourself.
Yeah.
It was a fun little bit. I think it would get overused in this booth though if we had soundboards.
Why do you think we don't have one?
Can you imagine Griffin in front of
My soundboards got lost about 7 years ago.
Griff on the soundboard, jeez. So it went bet call on the turn. Marques obviously trying to represent a king now. And Runcan going absolutely nowhere. So if he's going to bet half pot on the turn, if he wants to, he could go for like, you know, the 3.1 now. It would be a big chunk of his stack, however.
Don't do it.
I'm a bit worried that Runcan can have 4-5 though. Or sorry, 4-6, excuse me. When they lead.
Great.
Yeah, giving it up.
8 is good as Runcan continues to run well. And look at the chip lead he has now. He's closing in on the 30 million mark. He has close to 145 big blinds. Marques has 11 million, 56 bigs, and then there's Park playing a 15 big blind stack. Those blinds going up in 18 minutes.
The Ladder King.
Park life.
Wonder if he's built any Lego sets for Donkey Kong.
Do they have Lego sets for Donkey Kong?
I don't know.
Probably. They got Lego sets for everything these days.
Chutes and ladders.
There's definitely Mario-themed Lego sets. I've seen them. Or maybe that's Duplo. Same thing though, right? Runcan shoves small to big, gets a fold.
I mean, again, that is wild right there, guys. That is a 58 big blind effective shove, blind v blind. Like, again, I'm a fan of the max pressure, but I think we're starting to get a little bit OOL with those spots. Could be wrong. Happy to be wrong, but seems somewhat heavy-handed when we're starting to get so close to, you know, a third of Runcan's total stack if caught. But is leveraging the fact that Jayung Park is so short, which I think is great, and that has to be respected.
10-9 for Marques.
Oh,
Shoves on Park. Who has ace-3.
Yeah, got a call.
And calls.
Which one you want, Nick?
Which one do I want?
Right now, I mean.
Marques.
I just kind of feel that Park's been a little bit invincible, and I think this is an occasion where ace high is going to hold. But
I think so too.
It is a flip practically. It is going to narrow the gap, by the way, between Park and Marques if Park's hand holds. And right now it is holding. Ace high still the best hand.
Okay, this is good. Park moving into drive now. Nice one, Dr. Ham.
Nice one.
Just has to fade a 10 or a 9. On the turn and on the river. 6 cards that can eliminate him. The river is a 3, and with that small pair, Park doubles up through Marques, and they're not quite level, but there's only 10 big blinds separating them. 40 bigs for Marques, 30 bigs for Park.
Yeah, very important double there for Park. And now Marques and Park so close in chips.
What does that mean from Runcan's perspective, Nick? How should he be playing now he's got a 40 big blind stack and a 30 big blind stack at the table?
So 2 things have changed, right? There's not one player that's really sweating the other player to bust, but at the same time, they've both become less than 1/3 of his total stack remaining. So he could just go on a tirade now. It's kind of one extreme for the other, right? So they've gotten shorter, whereas before one player was deeper, but the pressure on him to fold was greater. So yeah, really interesting shift in dynamics, but I don't think Runcan is going to slow down here much. I think we're just going to see him continue to lead and to apply pressure because he's aware that even if he loses to one of these guys, he's still going to be the massive chip leader.
Marques opening the button. So if Runcan's up to his old tricks and does his classic blocker shove from the big blind, ace queen call?
That's a good one. I think,
I mean, it's a moot point because of this particular holding, but let's say he'd had like queen 8 suited and he does his classic rip it.
Yeah.
Is ace queen strong enough to call with that?
So I think it gets a lot closer now, right? Because we have Marques and Park being so close in chips as opposed to one player being much shorter. I reckon we might start getting into calling territory now, James, because if you think, if I want to win this EPT trophy, I need to really get in contention here. A double off of 40 big blinds where 2 players are approximately the same would get me up to 80 big blinds, take a dent out of Runcan's stack down to about 100, and now you're getting close to even Stevens. You're getting close to parity. And yeah, I think probably that would be the case. I think you got to put your foot down at some point, and the dynamic is not the same as it was just now where ace-queen might have just been a very clear fold.
Runcan 5-4 in the small. Completes. Marques in the big blind with 10-9. Checks his option. Let's have a flop, shall we? Flops are fun. King, Jack 3. Gut shot for Marques. And a bet of 300,000 from Runcan. He's got a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor no good flush draw.
Really reaching there.
He's looking for it. He's trying to find it.
Burnstar asks, how does that go? Park playing poker, everyone else their cards? Almost.
Board pairs on the turn. 10 high, still the best hand.
Not the face Pedro was looking for.
Runcan does not fire another barrel on the turn.
You gotta book that as a win at this point. Just Runcan not betting into you. Look how suspicious he is. He's doing the Joey Tribbiani smell the fart acting right here.
Checks it back. River card is a 4. It's a pair for Runcan.
Never mind. Normality's been restored.
A run good. A run good.
That's the minimum, 200,000.
And gets the winnin'em.
A fold.
That's the minimum, gets the winnin'em.
Smoglet says he's not folding. Looks like I gotta hit the river.
1 million.
Oh, a little bit of Runcan back at Runcan.
There you go. Find a play back.
Forced to fold the 4.
And look how things have changed immediately.
Yes.
Immediately.
That one hand changes the dynamic again. 9.48 million for Marques. That's about 46 big blinds. Park, sitting on 6 million, is playing 28 big blinds. Lines up in 10 minutes.
After this break, we're going to 45, right, James?
45-minute blind levels, yeah.
Oh, man. Spicy.
Analysis from Moldran, who's watching on Twitch.
Moldran?
Runcan too greedy there. Could have just checked.
He could have, that's true. Thank you for your comment.
Are you questioning Dr. Uncan?
Dr. Uncan, MD.
Raising small to big. Marques has made it 650k with Jack 8. Park with the dominating hand, King 8.
Just call. Could 3-bet this, I guess. Oh,
That's not a call, that's a shove.
Technically a 3-bet.
Unexpected. I don't know how I feel about that one, guys.
I don't either, but all I know is that after Park doubled up, things have gotten weird.
Things are weird now.
Certainly different.
Kind of feel we need the break to reset.
Yeah, the energy's all off in that room. Can we just go, everyone go outside, do some grounding? Can we burn some sage in there?
Marques first to act on the button. Faults.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Park in the small blind with Queen 8. Just gives Runcan a walk. Okay.
Dr. Runcan, easy game.
This 3-handed's going to take a while.
Idanth says none of these guys have a rail, so you'll notice that the stage here at the Hilton Prague at King's Casino, there is no rail around the table. There's a seating area at the bottom of the stage, and there are people watching the final table. I think some of them are friends, family, and supporters of the 3 players at the final table. We just can't see them because they're off stage.
Yep, got to play this one. Min raise.
9 raise.
Yep.
400.
400,000. Runcan folds Jack 6 in the small blind. King 3 of diamonds for Marques in the big blind.
Yep, how does Marques want to play this one? We can do some 3-betting, we can do some calling.
Call.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is a nightmare.
How? What's your expression about blockers, Joseph?
Buddy, right here, read the shirt.
Blockers are not real.
Available on JoeStapleton.com.
Wait, guys, it went check on the flop like light speed.
It did.
We're already on the turn.
Do they ever end up chopping this?
I mean, there is a 14% chance that happens.
They're both going to slow play it to 8th Street.
So with it going check on the flop, Marques leads the turn for 375,000. Park with the best hand right now. Raises.
1,300,000.
Gulp.
Makes it 1.375 million, so it's an additional milli.
5 seconds.
Marques playing time bank cards, thinking about how to respond to this raise.
$4 million.
No, I think we can only call if we want to continue.
4.1 million.
Oh my!
How?
Absolutely unreal.
How?
What?
Unreal.
A laydown.
Look at his face. He knows it too. He's like, I am 100% confident that was a good fold.
Fold of the century of the year.
Incredible stuff from Pedro Marques. You know what I'm going to say? It's the water drinking.
Yeah.
Biggest tell.
You think it's a tell?
When people sit back and drink water while they're waiting for their opponent to make a decision, vast majority of the time, they have it. And by have it, I mean the virtual nuts.
I'm going to try that sometime when I don't have it and see if I can get against James specifically.
Yeah. Joe just pulls out 3 water bottles, just starts really telegraphing.
Take out the world's largest Stanley Cup, wrap 2 arms around it.
You see, how I avoid that tell, by the way, is I'm constantly drinking water. The flip side of that is you can't make it through a 90-minute level without going to the bathroom at least 3 times.
I have another tell, Joe. I think if James, goes to the bathroom, probably doesn't have a great hand.
Probably.
What? You know about my patented Kazi cutoff run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
I got someone with that once.
Nice. Yeah, that's the idea, dear curling master. Loudly announces to the table, I am so comfortable with my hand strength, I think I'll have a sip of water now.
Hand shaking, grabs water bottle.
Someone fetch me my sippy cup.
Let's get out one of those rabbit models. How about that? Is that confidence?
Rabbit models.
Rabbit bottle, like they put in a rabbit cage with a little ball in it.
Sure.
Marques wins this one. The 2 stacks still pretty close though. 8.2 for Pedro Marques, 7.2 for Jayung Park. And just 2.5 minutes to the end of this level, the end of this session of play. Marques on the button. Queen 9. What's this hand called, Joe?
The insurrection hand.
J6. The call from Park. You do realize you're going to have to officially rebrand that after mid-January, right?
Why, you think it's going to happen again?
No, I think the history books will be rewritten because history...
Oh, right. I might go to jail for it.
History is written by the victors. Runcan with Jack 10.
International Day of Pardons.
Checks his option, and it is an 8-4 deuce flop.
St. Pardon's Day. Runcan don't want to slow down.
200K. I mean, what does Park have here? Bit of backdoor potential.
Run can do it. And Park just got nada. Honestly, I think we probably should have just put this in the bin pre-flop, guys. I'm not going to lie, but now we're floating with Jack high.
I know that Mo's earlier comment wasn't great. This one is good. You'll have to rebrand it the hostage's hand.
Park is doing something really freaky here, guys. Limped pot, floats Jack 6 offsuit.
Very confused by his line. Runcan's going to fire a second barrel. 625,000.
600?
And Park folds, and that is going to take us to the break. This session comes to an end. A session that's seen 50% of the final table eliminated, and has seen Paul Runcan continue to display his dominance, continue to accrue chips, and boost his chip lead. As we go on break, he has 28.6 million. He will have more than 110 big blinds at the new blind level. The second biggest stack is Pedro Marques with 8.2 million. That's 33 bigs. And then we have the survivor, the ladderer, Jayung Park, playing 6.8 million, 27 big blinds. 125, 250 will be the blinds when we return from break in 18 minutes time, as we continue to play down to a winner here in the EPT Prague main event, a winner who will receive 1.1 million euros. Next player out gets just over 500,000, and then there is a 200k money jump, 716,000 for the runner-up. But yes, that 7-figure score, that trophy, and that place in poker history up top, and it will happen tonight. When we come back, 45-minute blind levels. Obviously now we're three-handed, we'll get more hands in, but it will put the pressure on the shorter stacks, that's for sure. So we are back from break in 18 minutes time. Before that, how about some festive cheers? After all, Christmas is just around the corner.
Oh, oh, oh.
Round to Sam Grafton,
8 raises,
who's raising with 7-6 of clubs.
10 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds.
I'll race with jacks on the button.
4 raises, 12,000.
3 bets, and it's a full 3x re-raise, makes it 12k total.
How much you have to lose?
55, 60.
All right, so something interesting is happening here. Sam is asking.
8 goals.
Gets the count and makes the call out of position without the betting lead with a middling hand. Flops a gut shot, has backdoor clubs working for him. I'll race though, 77% favorite with his jacks. Action's been checked to him.
Yeah, and now James, you know, seems like a board we can put in a little sort of c-bet here. At this stack depth, I don't know, maybe 9k?
9,000.
Oh, okay, yep. I'll take it.
9,000 into 29,000.
Now, James, this is super interesting because Sam might actually opt to check raise against the 9k sizing with the gut shot here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
8 raises. 19,000 total.
Makes it 19 total.
And interesting dynamic here, guys. Think about the combinations that want to check raise this board. If they're not made hands, they might be hands like 5-6 suited. They might be hands like 6-7 suited. They might be hands like Jack-10, but how hard is it for Sam to have Jack-10 when Raiz has 2 jacks?
Blockers aren't real.
Blockers aren't real, but let's just bear that in mind. 9-10 suited. The Grafton is definitely another consideration. You can't call it the Grafton, and he's going to fold it here pre-flop. You have to know your customer, and I expect we see a call here in anticipation of antics from one of the most talented poker players out here on the felts, and indeed the world.
Well, if he calls here, he's only going to be leaving himself, what, 30K behind, and the pot's going to be well in excess of 60,000. Has called. Well, we are playing 4 stacks here, ladies and gentlemen. Our race has less than half pot behind. Board pairs on the turn. He is now a 9-1 favorite.
And now, guys, let's consider the kind of hands that check raise this flop. Maybe an ace-queen, maybe. Pocket 8s, but that's now a lot more unlikely. Pocket 4s, maybe. Again, I'm not sure how often we defend those pre-flop. But a lot of those made hands at this point, you know, we need to consider what they look like. Does Sam really have quads now? Big question.
Having check raise flop, Sam now checks turn. And now race checks behind. River card. Here's a 9. Now race has a lock on this. And there's only one way Sam Grafton can win this pot. And it is shoving on our race, who would then have to decide whether to call all in with a pair of jacks on this board.
Oh, man. He's such a cool play.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
40,000.
Effectively shoves on our race. All into call.
Oh, man. And race obviously blocking that Jack-10 now. Does Sam really have ace-queen here? Does he really have quads? Does he really have forceful? Are those even part of his calling range pre-flop? You have a pretty excellent bluff catcher here, James. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he can't L raise. Is he going to L call or is he going to L fold?
Exactly. The pout is out. Sam with his trademark pout.
I'm not going to lie. He has the demeanor of a man who's not calling. Could be proved wrong, though, if he comes to the conclusion that jacks are still good, but he lets it go. The bluff gets through, and Mohamed El Race folds the best hand.
Oh, no, this is... Heads up.
Heads up to this flop, which is 10 high. Top pair for Finton. Finton, the pre-flop aggressor. It's been checked to him. Finton bets 5,000. Come on, it's only 5,000. I love a gut shot. I prefer a gut shot to an open-ender.
Right, because when you have open-enders, you just end up making a pair, whereas when you have a gut shot, you actually make a straight.
Correct. All right, here's a strat question for you. You get dealt 4 clubs, but you also have a pair of queens. Do you ditch the pair of queens and go for this? Is on a 10-hand ultimate X strat question. Sorry.
16.
Is ultimate X?
You know, video poker.
No, I've never not played that before.
You don't play ultimate X? Get out! Come on.
No.
I bricked all 10 flush draws. I should have kept the pair of queens. So not just a call, a raise from Dodoni. Get a little creative. Made it 16,000 and turns a little bit more equity.
Yeah, and that's not a bad turn card, especially if you were, you know, maybe trying to rep a check raise with some of the open-enders here. Obviously, the queen fills it. You do have a jack in your hand. I think the bad news here for Dodoni is that Fenton blocks, you know, some straights as well with the king. Especially now that Dodoni decides to check, of course. I think Fenton's just going to be pretty happy, I think, sometimes to check back.
He does indeed. River's a brick.
Obviously, you know, other missed draws as well, you know, especially because Dodoni didn't follow through on the turn. But, you know, Fenton was never going to release facing that check raise because there are going to be other gut shots, you know, other straight draws that the queen doesn't connect with, you know, the 8-7, you know, 8-6, perhaps, if someone's really trying to get out of line.
So you can't just like make a read and fold to that raise sometimes? Is that a frequency thing? Are you always still calling with top pair?
No, I think you're always calling with top pair on the flop.
Okay, that's going in my notebook. Or my post-it notes, at least. And Dodoni now following through.
I mean, this is kind of interesting because it doesn't feel so much as, you know, perhaps a straight. It now feels a little more like, because I think straights are just going to bet turn and river, right? They're going to want to try to extract as much value as possible and at the turn and be all in by the river. But in this spot, you know, to check turn and then bet so big on the river, you know, just this huge over bet, you know, you don't even really think that 2 pair hands would necessarily sizing, right? Like a hand like 10-9, which maybe did queen, but once it goes check, check, they decide they go for value on the river. I don't know if they would take that sizing. And Fenton also blocks all of the 2 pair combos that really make sense. You know, they're not really, they'll be in there with 10-9 offsuit and suited, but they're not really going to be in there with 10-3 offsuit or 9 suit pre-flop, right? So
are you saying this? You're saying this river bet is malarkey?
Yeah, it feels a little sus to me. And, you know, a king again is a decent blocker. 10, you know, blocking a lot of the 2 pair combos.
Would you say it's more malarkey, balderdash, or hogwash?
Ooh, I'm just gonna say hogwash because I like that word.
Fenton smells a little. Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
Fenton also senses some hogs being washed. Calls all in.
Dodoni not betting on the turn, right?
Sorry? Why so?
Like,
there's tournament life. Double up Fenton hand. He's certainly won a hand on a feature table now.
For 80,500.
He's up to 82 big blinds.
They just had only soft drinks. Yes.
Nick gave me a very nice gift last year that I re-gifted.
Nothing wrong with gin and tonic.
A nice frog.
Which I re-gifted.
That's right. You re-gifted. I then re-gifted it. I don't. Maybe I gave it to my little cousin. Maybe she re-gifted it. Who knows?
Yeah. Interesting spot here.
Yeah, Calmoose is being 3-bet again with another suited connector.
Yeah, this one goes. I think you can call this, especially at the stack depth. No rest for the wicked here.
Like a distinguished gentleman. That's what it sounds like, right? Earl Grey.
5-4 deuce.
One chip.
Ace King with the wheel draw. The high card properties.
3 bets. 7.
And Finton gets to continue. Real small.
Yeah, real small. 7K into a pot of 43.
Ooh, and he is going to get raised. Now this is a situation I could see
No, he said 215, I think.
the big A's not giving it up super fast
Conversation
and genuinely
215 or
considering
250. I think it should be 250.
stationing and or
Yeah.
re-raising.
Yeah, this is not a nice spot for Fince. He does have the gut shot and 2 over cards that might be live, but what's the move? Do you just represent max strength and you just ship it in, or just give it up right now? Yeah,
Gives
lets
it
it go.
up. Chip leader, doing chip leader things.
Oh, man, that's just a really cute little move there from Calamusa.
In the midst of this chaos, Toby is in position. Let's run out the all-in.
2:16 remaining, 3 all-in calls. Going to go table by table. We have 3 all-in calls. We're on table 4 right now. We have Luke and Andre. Andre is our at-risk player. There's no flop or board, so let's see your cards, guys, please. Luke shows 2 aces. Andre, our at-risk player, shows 2 kings.
Oh my word.
Wow. Wait, so after he sucked out on the kings, he's now going to go broke. Reggie, get your camera out.
He's run kings into aces. And there's a king on the flop!
10 kings,
No
6.
way. Look at Renji.
Andre with 2 kings.
He's put his camera away. He's done.
Guy don't miss.
He don't miss.
Turn card, please. Turn is an 8.
Oh, ace on the turn! What? Now he's filming again. Drama.
Final card is
a king!
No, not
Joe.
Players, please stay in your seats. So we have lots to play here. We have 2 more.
So the guy didn't bubble, then he bubbled?
Correct.
Oh my god, that's nuts.
Doubled up with the ace-king against kings, then ran kings into aces, has been eliminated, but remember, there are still 2 all-ins to run out. He could still get a share of them in cash. So it's Reykjavik in the 8th seat who's at risk.
Anton and Adi. Adi is our at-risk player. So Anton and Adi, can we see your cards, please? Send them over. Thank you. Anton shows King 10, Adi, our at-risk player, shows Ace, Jack of Spades.
So Bogdan wants the king to hit here.
Flop, please. Flop is 3 king.
There's the king.
Bogdan, don't go anywhere.
Turn is an 8. There is now 2 spades on the board. Final card, please.
That's a lot of shovels.
Final card is Jack. We have lost Addy over
Okay.
here. Number 12. We still have 1 more rolling call.
So the bubble burst. We're actually now at 214. That means that as things stand, Munteanu and Reykjavik will split a min cash, but there is still 1 more all-in. So it could be 3 players splitting 2 min cashes if there's another elimination. At the final table, which is table 16, we have got Jeremy Zwauri all in and at risk against Park Jayung.
So 3 people splitting 2 min cashes. If you're only in for 1 bullet, you profited. Like a couple €100. But the key is, you didn't lose.
That's the key. That's the master key.
That's the skeleton key.
Okay, our last holding call, table number 16, we have Park and Jeremy. Jeremy is our at-risk player. So let's see your cards, please, guys. No, leave them in front of the players, please. Thank you.
4-3 off.
Against Jacks.
All
All right, lack it up. Not even a sweat. Jacks win. That's my prediction.
So once again, Jeremy, our at-risk player, has a pair of jacks. Flop, please.
Pretty interesting positions here. This might have just been an open shove from the big stack in seat 1 there.
Flop is 10, 5, 3.
There's a 3.
Of course, that's a lot of equity.
That is a sweat.
Gonna win 1 in 4 times.
Turn is a 5.
That's a bad card for him.
Final card, please. Final card is King.
Jacks hold, that is a double up. So, 2 players go out on the bubble, 2 players split the min cash. We're down to 214. Everyone else will get a full min cash. We're in the money in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. Crucially, the bubble has burst.
I mean, you split the min cash, you lose what, 1K? Not even?
All right, players, big congratulations all. You have just cashed in the biggest EPT here in Prague. Congratulations, everybody.
Well, that was day 2. This is the final day, the final table of the PokerStars European Poker Tour main event in Prague. We're at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague with just 3 players remaining. That's right, during the first session of the day, we lost 50% of the final table. 3 players still competing for the title, the trophy, and the €1.1 million first prize. Paul Runcan, the dominant chip leader. He is a force. 28.6 million he has coming back from break. Pedro Marques second on the leaderboard with 8.2 million. And then Jayung Park, who's done an incredible job laddering from 9th to 3rd. He's playing 6.8, which is 27 bigs at the new blind level. 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan joined by Sam Grafton.
Hi, everyone.
Great to have you with us, Sam, for the closing stages. Not quite the final chapter. We're not heads up yet. And in fact, the dynamic did change towards the end of that last session with Marques and Park pretty much tied now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I knew I was joining you guys around this time. Didn't expect us to be 3-handed, really the business end of the tournament. And as you say, Runcan in the commanding position.
So 200k separates 3rd and 2nd. So even if Marques and Park realise that it's a huge mountain to climb, a huge hurdle to jump over to potentially get the win, that 200k ladder is meaningful, is significant, and the fact that they are almost even in chips will play into the dynamic of 3-handed action.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Runcan going to be in the thick of the action right from the word go. This is a spot as chip leader where you're going to try and play almost each and every hand, being able to leverage the 2 medium stacks against each other. ICM quite diminished when we get 3-handed, but when you're competing like this, when you have the same stack, when doubling up really doesn't do that much for your equity in the tournament. It's really on the chip leader to drive the action.
Well, we come back from break for the first hand of level 33, and it is blind v blind, Runcan v Marques, and Runcan has completed in the small blind with Jack 4, Pedro Marques with Queen 3.
Yeah, Pedro are going to be quite pleased to see that Runcan's employing a few limps. You know, going to be quite content to play small ball whenever he can, unless he's really got a strong holding. And Runcan's good fortune continues here, flopping trips.
It's very easy to focus on the fact that Runcan is running good. He's also playing extraordinarily well. He knows how to apply pressure. There was that huge hand last night where he pulled off an incredible bluff. So it's not taking anything away from his ability, but it blooming helps when you're hitting hands like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marques with Queen High feeling obligated to continue versus the small bet. going to have, you know, 6 highs, 7 highs, 8 highs, queen high, unnecessary, continue, picks up a straight draw.
Well, Runcan made it 250K on the flop. He goes 1.2 million, near enough full pot on the turn.
Yeah, and you know, this is just a board that Runcan's going to attack a lot. And Pedro, I think his suspicion is understandable. Of course, I can see, you at home can see, he does have the trip jacks. But against the chip leader, you kind of suspect maybe he's getting carried away. But Pedro aware that he also checks back some ace-x and king-x at the stack depth. Of course, some jack-x, and maybe flush draws are even better than having a queen, and will release.
And so we see Paul Runcan almost hit the 30 million mark. 29.3 million chips right now, playing 7.5 and 6.8. Alan F. watching on YouTube says, I'd be happy if any of these guys won, to be honest. They're all solid.
Yeah. Does seem like we have 3 strong players. Obviously, I'm not as familiar with Runcan and Park, but Pedro, I know from the online streets, very capable player. Won trophies in Prague and elsewhere.
And, you know, you look at the results, the stats don't lie. He is clearly the most experienced player at the final table, still in contention with 3 players remaining. Runcan, this has been a breakthrough year for him. All of his big results have come in 2024, and he's trying to, you know, become a reg on the UK and European circuit, while Park is playing out of Asia for the first time. Mostly plays in Seoul, Manila, Hanoi, came to Prague to make his EPT debut.
Wow, that's great. It's amazing to think of Prague as a sort of tropical destination, making your way over from Asia to this magical city. Probably hasn't got to see as much of it as he would like, but, you know, you either... there's some sacrifices. If you go deep in the main event, you don't get to see the Charles Bridge. I'm sure the 500K plus that he's going to make will be compensation enough. He can come over on a holiday another time.
And Jose reminding us that this is Pedro's 2nd EPT main event final table. And of course, in addition to that, the final table of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship in the Bahamas back in 2023. I say back in 2023, that was only last year, but it was at the start of the year. It feels a lot longer ago than it actually was.
Yeah, that's crazy, actually. Yeah, I mean, we've done we've covered events in 15 cities since then, probably. So, you know, it's quite reasonable to think of it as a while ago.
We got the tinsels, the crackers, and the snowmans. Num num.
Yeah, as we look at that impressive stack, well over half the chips in play, almost 2/3.
Yeah.
It's quite a remarkable position. And you do feel a little bit of pressure, perhaps. Maybe Paul's just in the zone, but I feel a little bit of pressure for him. You really want to capitalize on this situation you find yourself in. Will muck the 6 deuce. And Pedro able to defend a bit wider against the other, inverted commas, short stack. Oh. And 2 queens versus a button open.
1.75.
And Park in a bit of a conundrum here, because Jack 10 of clubs is a hand that we sort of feel obligated to defend. It's going to be, I would imagine, some high card, low card combos, which we do really, really well against. Obviously, if we knew we were up against queens, we would be putting this hand into the muck pretty quickly.
Sure, but against an unknown hand, you think this is a call in position?
Does seem likely. I mean, obviously, we're playing off a short stack. He might even consider shoving. I think this is, in general, the standard. As I say, again, you can sort of play a bit more liberally versus the stack you're directly competing against. And big flop incoming.
King 10-3, second pair for Park. Marques, huge favourite here with queens.
Yeah, and kind of same situation for both players. Medium satisfied for this. Neither with a heart. Pedro will be a little bit wary of the king.
Yeah.
And Park, likewise, taking a read on his player, dialed in.
425.
And comes with 10%. I think this is a good sizing. If we imagine, you know, a lot of the reason you're betting big on flops or even medium sizes to make sure you can get the money in over 3 streets. Here, there's no problem.
Mark calls and spikes his jack on the turn. He now has 2 pair.
Yeah, and Marques, I mean, ace-queen isn't that likely a hand when we have 2 queens, but jack-10, king-jack, king-queen, ace-queen, queen-9.
What a ridiculous turn card. I mean, Marques still has 38% equity, Sam. Could still improve to a set, could still make a straight.
Yeah, and you see, not...
Oof,
wow. Park just pulls the trigger on the turn, rips for 4 million.
Yeah, and Marques now with a puzzle to solve. Wanted to see it go check, check. Can he, is he up against a hand like ace-x of hearts, 9-8, 9-8 of hearts, something like that? Is he ever dead? I mean, he can't be dead, but yeah, I mean, I guess unlike the ace-queen, but is he against a really strong hand like pocket tens? Very tough. Where is he in his own range? Really, really hard. Maybe thinking through also what he knows about Park. That timing, the quick all-in.
Very quick.
Yeah, I think it does rule out ace-queen, arguably. But also, perhaps less likely to be a semi-bluff. Not fun at all.
Now, Marques has already made one huge laydown to Park. They both flopped trip kings.
Oh, wow.
And Marques got away from it on the turn, somehow.
Wow, that's very impressive. Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that Pedro might lay this down. He might have just wanted to put it in himself and make sure that ace-jack has a tough decision, or jack-x of hearts ends up calling, ace-x of hearts has a tough decision, etc., etc. Having checked, probably giving, I mean, it does just make sense that he's got a hand like king-jack, king-10, jack-10. You know, a hand like even as strong as king-10 of clubs might feel vulnerable here with so many straight draws, the flush draw, and I think Pedro will sort of decipher that in the end. And if we imagine, oh, I don't know, we shall see. We shall see what he comes to. Not an easy decision.
Utilizing those time bank cards, that's what they're for. Buying you extra time when you have a tough decision to make.
Yeah, and it's hard to get a read because, I mean, even if he's got a bluff, it's going to be one with good equity. And that's also another reason sometimes you want to sort of lay down your hand because, you know, if best case scenario is 9-8 of hearts, then, you know,
that's
we're either dead or... And he does lay it down, makes the big fold. And that's a huge swing in favor of Park. Up to 33 big blinds. These two started with very, very similar stacks.
No bluff. No bluff.
Not
Hit.
A bluff.
King?
Hit.
As good as a king.
No bluff.
It's being honest, it was not a bluff.
33레벨 블라인드 타임 좀 확인해줘.
So, Park, as you highlighted, Sam, playing 8.8 million, around 35 big blinds. Marques has dropped down to 4.95 million. He's playing fewer than 20 bigs.
Yeah, and I would just highlight, you know, of course, nice play from Park. The discipline it takes to fold a big hand. Here we are, 6 days into the tournament. It's not easy to do when you've been so excited getting dealt pocket queens. Runcan considering whether he gets any shoves here. Maybe ace-10, we just want to raise, but just taking a moment. Also, do we want to go a little bit bigger than min raise? Yeah, it goes 3x into Park.
45분?
Sort of tailoring his opening sizing to who's in the big blind.
Millsy YT says Marques is a very good disciplined player. I like his game.
Yeah, he's really good, Pedro. I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, there's a lot of the guys now that have been doing this for a decade or more, real veterans of the scene, despite, you know, not that they're so old, but a lot of experience live and online under the belt.
Pedro is 31, by the way.
Wow. Yeah.
A mere pup. Very young to me.
Yes, and to me. Yeah, 3's not an exciting hand to open into the chip leader. And I don't blame Pedro for laying that down. Poor blocking properties.
By the way, I predicted yesterday that the password for our final EPT Prague free roll would be something lame like poker. I was off with the second part. It is lame, it just isn't poker. Full house is the password for today's free roll. Full house.
All lower caps?
All lowercase, all one word. Full house will get you into today's free roll. If you want to play for a Power Path open ticket, get yourself in that free roll starting inside the hour.
Yeah, and we see Park chipping up to 32 big blinds. And in a weird way, there's even more pressure on him now. Now that he's separated himself from Pedro. And Runcan will give a rare walk as chip leader.
Runcan has now crossed the 30 million mark. I mean, it is near enough a 3-to-1 advantage on the entire table.
Yeah. And I mean, he seems to really be in the zone. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. It's not over yet. Gonna take a while to chip these guys down.
Jack 10 suited on the button.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Now coming in for min.
Yeah, and ace-3 for Park in the big. He calls. And it's king 6-4 on the flop, meaning Park is still ahead with ace high. When he was talking to his rail a short while ago, I think he was questioning the level duration. One thing that happens in any major EPT event is when the final table is down to 3 players, the levels halve in duration. So we're now playing 45-minute levels, so 2 levels back-to-back during this session.
He just thought, time's flying.
Yeah.
I've only just sat down and we're halfway through the level. How long was I in the tank there? You think Runcan packed this McQueen, expensive McQueen sweater? Or you think he's popped out and treated himself with the, we've locked up 100K. I'll buy myself a nice fancy jumper for day 6. The swag to just pack this in the lock, have this in the locker.
Marques with ace-6.
Yeah, and you see how we don't raise the pocket threes, but now having the ace interfering with shoves, being able to make that toppers pair, we just come in for a raise.
Raise and take it.
Was there any sickness in the 6th, 5th, and 4th place busts? Any bad beats or just
no
collisions?
Collisions, all pretty standard stuff. Of course, the big story coming into the day, Sam, was the prospect of our first ever 3-time EPT champion.
Oh, we revealed it.
Anton Bergstrom agreed yesterday that he was happy to be revealed as
Batman taking off his mask.
The man behind the online handle, What If God, the guy who won back-to-back EPT Online trophies in 2020 and 2021.
Remarkable.
Sadly, he bowed out.
If he wasn't, because I had that information, he's won a lot of money, I was going to go spill a cold chai matcha over him, you know, pretend that I didn't know who he was. No, good guy. Seemed like a lovely guy at the table and very, very talented poker player.
Yeah. I still think it's incredible, in addition to his amazing online accomplishment and him then making the final table here, the fact that the very first live tournament he played at the age of 20 was EPT Barcelona 2005, and he said he was really intimidated. He's got at that table Gus Hansen, Patrick Antonius, Christy Johansson, and this is the first live tournament he's ever played.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Yeah, remarkable careers that people have had in this game.
Okay, well, Queen 7 has been ahead on every street, and now Runcan has a lock on it.
Yeah, interesting that he's employing limps here against Marques with hands like Queen 7. Goes check, check. And now, you know, this is almost like having top pair, basically. The ace, very discounted in an unraised pot that goes check, check. Slow and steady accumulation continues for Paul Runcan. We've had one Romanian EPT winner before?
Indeed. Malaya in Paris 2023. But it feels like we're due a second, especially as Joe keeps reminding us that this year is the year of Romania.
Ah, well, in that case. Runcan really taking his time, playing in any kind of a rush. Will come in for min again. And lots of ways to run good. Your opponent's just getting dealt junk each and every hand. 7-4s, 9-3 offs. Picking up chips without resistance. And look at that.
I mean, 32 million playing, I mean, what was that combined, 11 million?
It's always amazing to see, you know, in a tournament where you start with 30,000, someone accumulate 32 million. It really is remarkable. And this will probably be good enough on the button for Pedro.
2.5 million.
And makes the shove. Or it's a demi shove. Shoves half his stack, is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Is that what we call it now? The demi-shove. So we've got the virtual all-in, which is everything but a single chip, and then we've got the demi-shove, which is half your stack.
Yeah. And Runcan giving pause for a moment, but won't be able to continue with the Jack-10. Interesting that Pedro's shoving up there off 20.
So we've mentioned a few times that it's not just the final day of the main event, it's the final day of this festival here in Prague, where the Spin and Go Championship is taking place today. Carlos Robles from Spain is already through to the final. There are still 2 matches in progress, and at table 3, Andy PSX is heads up against Murilo Monteiro from Brazil. This is Monteiro in the white t-shirt, and he is shoving here. Andy is a Spanish casino player, and he is calling. I thought he was calling. He is calling. Tables Queen 5. Murillo tables 10-9.
Both players make a straight. 9-10's the nuts.
9-10 is the better straight, and Monteiro is through to the final. Carlos Robles, Murilo Monteiro, 2 of the 3 players through to the Spin and Go Championship final, where there's 25K up for grabs. 1 table still in play. We'll get back to that shortly, but back at the main event final table, Marques has moved all in from the big blind. Runcan just completed in the small and has called the shove. Ace-3 against King-Queen.
This, of course, to go heads up if King-Queen were to be triumphant.
Ace-high does have the advantage.
Both players quiet. 10 million out there in the middle.
Jack 7-3. So a pair of 3s to Marques doesn't really change anything. Still has to fade kings and queens.
King-Queen has to turn a gut shot, surely. It's the whole point of King-Queen.
Both of Runcan's cards still live. No 10 on the turn, but still 6 cards for Pedro Marques to fade. If we do see a king or a queen on the river, we are going heads up here in Prague. The river is a 10, and that will be a double up for Pedro Marques, who's now playing 10.6 million, 42 big blinds. The dynamic changes again, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Pedro is right back in it. It's a huge double, by the way. You know, Runcan's still with a big chip lead, but 42 big blinds means there's lots of play. Able to 3-bet fold, able to defend and play down the streets. And Pedro, 42 big blinds in his capable hands. It's a real threat in this tournament. You know, I'm sure Paul would have liked to have dispatched Pedro and get to heads up.
Yeah.
And also for Park, I mean, that was incredibly big. You know, that was 200,000 euros.
Correct.
Which you gain for, you know, essentially doing nothing. So very significant for all 3 players, and it's game on.
Runcan still huge chip leader, by the way, more than 100 big blinds, 26.4 million at the start of this hand. Yeah. Still has better than a 2-to-1 chip advantage on Pedro Marques, as we see Runcan raise here with ace-8. Park in the big blind with king-6. He calls. The flop is Jack 6-5. Second pair for Park, who checks.
Yeah, and ace 8 always a bit tricky, just because you don't get better to fold. So for that reason, Runcan elects to check back.
Does pick up the gut shot on the turn.
Yeah, and what does Park want to do now?
Check again.
Would seem like perhaps we want to just continue checking with the ace 8.
And trips on the river for Park.
Yeah, and that's a delightful run out. The 6 probably going to be good enough to value bet anyway, but now you can really sort of polarize. You're going to have some misses. Doesn't actually go that. Yeah, goes for 600K.
Just less than half the pot.
And Runcan has a valid bluff catcher. Jack X somewhat discounted because would often bet the turn. Can a 5 go this size? Perhaps it can. Is this just something like a queen 8? And he's going to pay it off, the 600K.
And trip 6s are good. And Park is going to add 1.2 million to his stack. Now playing 7.9 million, just over 30 big blinds. Again, narrowing the gap between himself and Marques.
Yeah, nice play from Park. It's good to not bet every pair on the turn for that exact reason. Allows you to get in some hefty value bets on the river on occasion. Obviously, a very fortuitous river.
Oh no, for Runcan, the wheels are coming off, Sam. For the first time today, he's got fewer than 100 big blinds. He's down to 99 bigs.
Yes, indeed. Well, but I mean, the important thing is that he feels that psychologically, you know, can be tough when you lose a couple of pots.
Yeah.
Double up a good, you know, a strong opponent. Doesn't seem like Runcan's someone that will get rattled by that, nor should he. Does give these guys a little bit of hope.
Runcan back over 100, back up over 100 bigs.
It breathes a sigh of relief.
I mean, phew.
I mean, it's very intense because I think three-handed, you know, to us as viewers, seems sort of the same, but you're really involved. You're involved each and every hand. There's no sort of 5 minutes while other hands play out, or you're under the gun and under the gun one and opening very tight, and it's really, you're in the thick of it. And of course, playing wide ranges is also a little bit tougher, you know? It's like you're opening ace-king and great, whatever happens, you're going to put the money in. Having to navigate, limping, ISOing, bluffing, etc. He did pass, I think, 4 deuce a moment ago, but 7 deuce. It's going to come in for a raise. And Pedro, with 40 big blinds and 2 Broadway cards, not going to be inclined to fold. Interesting that he picked this hand to come in for a raise with, having limped the majority of hands. Certainly we do want to start raising a bit more when we're at 40 big blinds. And we get king 6-5.
Obviously, we can see that Pedro's still ahead with queen high. Runcan raised pre and is going to continue to demonstrate strength with a continuation bet of 525,000.
I mean, it sort of makes sense in that, like, any fold we get is good, and we have a 3 straight. But, you know, maybe we wanted to delay. I don't think Pedro going to fold here necessarily. It's very close without a club. It does fold, and the 7 deuce.
Nice.
Getting it done. A little surprised at that, but perhaps having, you know, with Runcan having limped so many hands, he interpreted it as strength. You have to be careful versus a covering stack.
This is hand 82 of today's final table. Action starts with the chip leader, Paul Runcan. Rounds the blinds.
7, 8.
King 7 for Marques in the small.
7, 5.
Yeah, first time in a while since that Jack 10 pocket queens hand that we've seen these two battling. Pedro, I think, coming in for a raise here.
Yeah, 800k, and Park with Jack 10 calls in the big blind.
Yeah, interesting.
And there is a Jack on the flop, advantage Park.
Yeah, a board that slightly favors Marques' range. Can't really generate folds from King 10. Could fold out King 9, King 8. Does have a heart. Just clearing up equity versus a 10-9, 9-8. A small sizing. And Park, of course, with second pair, comes along.
I think he's raised.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 475,000 has become 1.225 million.
Wow, very unorthodox.
That's Park in a nutshell. Unorthodox.
Yeah, and Pedro, a little shocked by this. Obviously, Park shouldn't have too much ace-x. And certainly, ace-x doesn't need to raise. But with King 7, not much you could do. And a nice pickup for Jayung Park.
And they're pretty much tied. 35 big blinds for both players. And back out into the main tournament room, because this is the moment when Marques Victory won his table in the Spin and Go Championship, meaning he is through to the final. So it's Carlos Robles, Murilo Montero, Marques Victory, who'll be competing in the final at 5 p.m. at local times. That's an hour from now, competing for a first prize of 25,000 euros, the first ever live Spin and Go Championship being held here at EPT Prague. And as Nick was saying earlier on, a very popular, very successful event, surely to be repeated in the future.
Yeah, very interesting, that last hand from Park. Obviously, sort of general rule of poker that you either raise good hands or bluffs, but mixing in a sort of medium strength hand. Had the heart covered as well. Very interesting. See how that dynamic develops.
Pair of eights here for Park.
And Runcan will far with nothing. This is a bit more what I think of like just betting absolute zero. Does make sense, but Park checked to extract money from exactly this type of holding.
It's now a 93% favorite. Tidy case is, how does Spin and Go Live work? Doesn't Spin and Go switch tables constantly? That's Zoom. Spin and Go is basically a three-handed sit and go with a multiplier for the prize pool. And we discovered yesterday the answer how you do Spin and Go Live is tiny tables. Hobbit-sized tables.
Yeah, and Park recognizing the 8 is good hin. Kicker not relevant. Chops with 8, 7, even 8, 9. Is that right? So will value bet. Runcan, we can't call. Must be considering a raise here. See, it's a board that sort of run out in a way to favor Park's range. A stare down and fold.
Thank you.
It's not easy to win at EPT. Very few players that make it this deep inclined to sort of give up third or second without a fight. And Runcan really gonna have to battle against these two. Few hands gone against him. Very serious demeanor. Limp in. Pedro balancing, not wanting to give away anything about the strength of his holding pre-flop.
Nine, 9-7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, good flop for Pedro here with the flush draw. Can go either way here. If I had to guess, I would suspect he's going to bet, but I think check is absolutely fine also.
250.
Yeah, just folding out live cards. Very occasionally folding out sort of a queen 6 or king 6, something of that nature. Keeping your range wide and uncapped. And Runcan will call with queen high. A little unorthodox, I think, to play this as a check call. But it does make some sense. As Marques turns a gutter to go with the flush draw.
Runcan officially the favourite, though, with queen high.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I shouldn't be too dismissive of the check call. Does have the best of it. And now Marques has to decide whether to take his equity in position. See, this hand makes a lot of money as a check. Will he ever get check raised to put in a tough spot if he bets? You don't want to have to bet fold or bet call, really. So may elect to check or can continue to far. Polarizing. As if he's got a 9. And this is a lot of heat for queen high to take. And Marques gets it done on the turn. No jumping for joy, no sign of emotion from the Portuguese Poker Pro. Just collecting the chips and moving along with his day.
Yeah, and still very close between Park and Marques. Officially, Park has the advantage, but it's only like 3 or 4 big blinds. Paul Runcan, still monster chip leader, 100 big blinds, 25 million chips. Blinds going up in 4 minutes. We're about to roll into level 34. Blinds will go from 125, 250 to 150, 300.
Once again, a reasonably playable hand on the button. More than good enough as chip leader. Park with the suited Jordan. Away strip. Go on, Park. Let's make some magic happen. Wow. And Runcan, for the first time in a little while, hitting the flop super hard.
bet. 250,000.
Yeah, and Park immediately reaching for chips does have a little piece. And let's hope for his sake he doesn't improve on the turn. Interesting turn card. The two a little stronger on that jack, although of course now we can't outdraw a 9 so easily. And Runcan will probably feel like 9x and Jack X particularly, of course, never fold. So might want to size up. Does go for 2 mil.
Gets a fold.
Yeah, I think it's kind of understandable. You want to really punish the stronger hands. And if a deuce with no diamond happens to fold, then it's just the cost of doing business.
Again, Park and Marques now pretty much literally tied. One could even say even Stevens between those two.
Indeed.
Runcan in the catbird seat, 26.25 million.
Wow. Those hours we spent together over COVID really paying off on that, James. We've got a whole law between us. We'll always be bonded. Yeah, dear.
I remember very clearly the first time you used that expression, everyone looked a bit puzzled, and you even started questioning yourself. I think it's an expression.
Sure. Yeah. And discipline fold for Pedro. Opening into the big blind.
Oh, a walk for Runcan. Who had aces? Oh, man.
Oh, dear. I wonder if he looked. Doesn't give anything away anyway.
He might not have looked, you know.
Wow.
And that's by the way, exactly what you should do in that situation. Never look. No good can come of knowing.
What a fold for Pedro. Suited queen on the button.
I know.
Into the bin.
Well, this next hand is likely to be the last hand of this blind level. Park first to act on the button.
Yeah, King Deuce might not make it in. Just no playability.
Queen 7 off for Runcan.
If I had to guess, I think he's in the mood to raise here. No, just a limp.
Limps with the computer hand.
Understandable, I guess.
Oh.
Domination nation, mate.
Marques has him crushed with Queen 8.
Let me tell you, if this comes Queen, Queen, Deuce.
Well, we've seen that once, albeit with King Jack versus King 3 on a King King 10 flop, so... Instead, it is Jack 9-3.
Yeah, and Runcan, no heart in hand. Doesn't get much better to fold. Will check. Marques might be content to check this hand as well.
He does. Turn card.
Wow.
The 10 of spades. That is the straight for Marques.
Yeah, and this is a turn card that, you know, I don't want to predict, but Runcan might want to go after. It's quite a nice way to realize equity with your straight draw. Does check it over to Pedro. A little surprised at this, but Pedro certainly going to want to start betting. Plenty of hands that we can get value from.
So Runcan officially drawing to a chop. As Marques, that's 500,000 on the turn.
Yeah, and obviously in this instance, we can see that Runcan would, you know, would kind of want to get away from his hand, but it's just a bit weird to realize equity in this line just with the open-ended straight draw. We shall see.
7 on the river, so Runcan catches a small piece of this board. River's a pair. It ain't good enough.
Yeah. So Runcan now outdraws a hand like 4-5 spade. Well, no, he was beating that already. Like, I don't know where he feels like he is. Marques, I think, will certainly go for value. There are the occasional flush in your opponent's range, but none too many after the check flop. It's just a question of what size he wants to go.
1.75.
And it's pot. Obviously, there are that many more straights now. Any 8 is a straight.
Yeah.
So that's 7. You know, we could imagine that Pedro pulled quite some bluffs from that region on the turn. If we had a hand like 8-4, something like that, we might want to have just bet it, and we now got there. And the bluffs are sort of the hands that Runcan has, like maybe a bit of king X low, queen X low. Runcan contemplating. Obviously, no heart in hand, so it doesn't interfere with the flushes. I think there's too many flush draws Pedro will bet on the turn, but what is this as a bluff catcher? Perhaps. And what does he make of it? Really suspicious, Runcan.
I have the wrong suit on my queen.
He feels like the queen of spades is a bad card. Not whether Pedro would bluff with spades to be. He does call.
Yeah, that's it.
Pays it off.
Yeah, so maybe felt like the queen of spades wasn't going to get bluffed and therefore could call with this a kind of loose-ish call. And Pedro Marques getting paid there.
And leapfrogs Jayung Park is up to 11 million. Park on 8 million.
Well, that's quite a significant pot now because, you know, he was so far clear, Paul Runcan, but now if he were to double Pedro, they would flip-flop. Still, as we say, James, in the catbird seat, but that chip lead somewhat diminished.
Yeah, and blinds are up now. We have hit level 34. Blinds of 150,000, 300,000 with a 300K big blind ante. Time to welcome back Joe Stapleton.
Is this it? Is this the beginning of the slip?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, Paul certainly seems like a cool customer. He's taking his time over every decision. To my eye, that was a little bit of a loose payoff. I think we have better hands to bluff catch there. I might have taken a different line myself. But, you know, he's the one in the driving seat who's accumulated all these chips. He's going to have a good sense of how he thinks Pedro's approaching things.
Oh, sorry.
Paul will be on the button this hand, which is FTA, first to act.
FTA?
I'm trying to get rid of the gun.
Yeah.
150, right?
Pocket sixes.
It's a hard thing to do in America, getting rid of them.
Certainly not making any friends with it.
They've tried everything. Charlton Heston.
They've tried everything but nothing.
Be writing in chat.
Every time I say FTA, Clint Eastwood just goes. Sixes facing Jack 8. Jack 8 flops a gut shot. Sixes the best for now.
And we'll come in for a C-bet. And Park going to stick around. This is one thing we know about modern poker. It's that no one folds a gut shot.
Nor should they.
Another thing you used to get berated for.
Oh, my God. I mean, literally it's a phrase that made it outside of the poker world. Don't draw to any inside straights.
Yes.
7 of spades on the turn. Feels like it should have made a straight, but it didn't.
Yeah, and a little bit weird with sixes. Hard to put in a second barrel.
No second bar. River card. A 6. Set of sixes.
Wow. And Park with a hand that he might be inclined to bluff with. Probably stone, bottom of range, and he doesn't. Really interesting. Yes, 10-8's straight, so I would imagine this is sort of the worst hand we get to the river with. And Runcan with a chance to make some chips back. Wonder if he goes big or sort of sizes alongside his 9.
Looks like 2 million.
Yeah, can't resist going big. You know, as it happens, if he'd size small, might have been. Oh, he went for overbet. Very interesting.
$4 million. Wow. It's over though. It's long over. Marriage of Figaro, welcome. How was it?
Yeah, it was great. Went to the opera last night.
How long was it in total?
No, just the 3 acts. You know,
3 1-hour acts.
Yeah, but even a bit less. It was good. What a beautiful place the Prague Opera House is. I mean, it was, you know, your usual woke nonsense though. Tosca, you know, they have of course they got to have a woman as the star now, you know.
Really?
Her beloved was imprisoned and she saved him by. It's like everything you see on Netflix these days. There's always a woman.
So sick of these female heroines. Yeah. It's not believable.
Just when will they? No, but when can we get it? It's just modern day nonsense, you know. They've been doing it since 1900, apparently.
Next thing you know, they'll have queens be equal to kings in poker.
Sure, as if queens could beat jacks, realistically. So yeah, Runcan picking up a big hand in the big blinds. And it's a
$1.5 million.
Delicate 3-bet size. 2.5x. Marques certainly going to be attracted by the price and realize he has to defend a lot. I think, though, maybe without any suited properties, we'll just let it go. But yeah, it was fun. Fun night.
And what exact opera was it? Sorry.
Tosca.
Tosca. I'm not familiar.
Well, you must have missed that one.
Yeah, it's weird. With the one gap in my operatic
knowledge. Yeah.
Knowledge. Tosca.
You wouldn't have enjoyed. There weren't as many gags as you would imagine. I thought there was going to be more comedy.
Is there a joke in the entire thing?
No, there is. But I always find that's a little bit weird in opera. Like when they're singing the arias about love, like opera really works when it's like, my beloved's been seized, he's being tortured, I miss him. But when they're doing a comedic, like, you know, the cleaner comes in and is bumbling, it feels a bit. Also,
a little forced then?
I would say, again, not to be a critic, but I think the acting is like kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, the acting in opera is not good.
It's funny because musicals, I feel like the opposite, where it's just like, oh, I really like the acting parts, and then the songs are kind of a drag. You're just like, come on, just let's keep with the. Well, opera truly is only singing, right?
Yeah, so
there's no speaking.
So it makes sense when you're singing like your heart for the love of your nation or your beloved or your love of Christ. That makes sense.
It makes sense when you would say, okay.
When you're doing some comedy or like visual, it does, for me it doesn't really resonate. But yeah, there you go.
And it's in Italian?
It's in Italian, yeah, Puccini.
And how do you know what they're saying?
Well, there's subtitles.
Oh, there are?
Yeah.
Where do they show up?
Above the stage it's pretty. I guess it's pretty standard around the world now that you have. I mean,
I thought you just had it there and just feel what was happening, like at ballet. There's no subtitles for that.
No.
Tell me what I'm supposed to be thinking here, please.
Sure, but I guess with ballet, like dance is a universal.
Is it? Board pairs on the turn. Runcan with nearly the nut low, playing the board, more than likely.
Might fire again. We shall see. Runcan's lead is stretching. Marques is going to decide whether to call here with the low end gut shot. See, the downside is the 9 isn't always clean. On the other hand, as is the case here, sometimes we have the best of it. Sometimes we can improve on an ace or 9. And this pot swells.
Jack, Jack, 10, 10, 8. Jack, Jack, 10, 10, ace. Okay.
And now the question is,
how much is he going to bluff?
I actually think this, he doesn't
0.
do it. He doesn't do it.
I play board. Nice.
I think that it's kind of nice to try and fold out an 8, 9x, flush. You don't interfere with flush draws. I might have gone for it there. Maybe we're just playing results. I'm not saying Pedro would have folded, by the way. Maybe he would have bluff catched ace high.
Ready to call with the ace high?
Here we go. We'll find out.
I don't know. Next time we'll come. This time.
Runcan has not passed up many spots.
Okay, let's show them.
Yeah, he's got a great poker demeanor.
Sure does. We were calling him the professor yesterday because he had a lot to say about every hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a lot of professing, a lot of intellectualizing.
Oh, really? A man after my own heart.
A lot of analysis after players left the table.
Well, someone's got to do it if it's you and Griffin in the booth.
Exactly. He's like, who's in the booth right now? Is Sam in there? Maria? No? Nick? Okay, hold on. I got this.
It's the classic 7-4 off, 8 deuce matchup.
The one we've all been waiting for.
My year of birth and your year of birth.
I don't think we're that far apart. Pair of 4s for Marques.
Well, that's the nuts. Diamonds. Oh, he's done him hand over hand. 3 streets. Let's roll.
And Park makes the call with the bottom pair.
Yeah. Pedro using sort of range advantage to sort of protect his hand.
Oh, look at you with your diamonds. Calling out those diamonds.
There we go. Has been outdrawn now by the 3 6s, 5 6s of the world. And for that reason, may want to just check.
And does.
Park snap axe, by the way. It's pretty cool to see.
And Park Rivers, a second pair, the one you didn't see coming.
Sick outdraw.
Pretty tough to imagine Park having a random 8 here, especially an 8 and a deuce.
Yeah, and Pedro, I think if we had a 4 with a better kicker, we could consider value betting. And this is a little bit weird, this line. It's not obvious what the bluff would be. On the other hand, it's hard to find a hand that checks back and now value bets.
I mean, it's hard to find 8 deuce.
Really puzzling. See Pedro. I mean, also does he check many better hands than this? Look at that, really.
He's
nice.
too good. He's too good.
Oh yeah, he's just very confident.
He's so good.
In his sense of his opponent,
and it appears to be emotionless.
Yes,
in a good way.
Yeah. It's sticky on the turn.
It's not like Sam's girlfriend.
Yes. I mean, I was saying to James, so many players now with a decade of experience. You know, there was a time when top players, they've been around for 4 or 5. I mean, there's guys who've been doing it a long, long time. Got a lot of hands under the belt.
I did want to read this comment from Faux Daddy who says, it's really a shame that Joe can never make any final tables because he always has to comment on them. Have you ever heard of the Harlem Globetrotters, how they had to make them leave the league because they were too good?
Yes.
They'd have their own separate thing. That's like me with commentary.
Yes.
It just wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, of course.
For me to play.
You know how everyone plays because you've seen all the hands.
It's all just soaked in.
Yes.
I can't articulate it, which is troubling for a commentator, but
you could outplay.
I could just do it. I just have to use the force. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Just let it take over. Ace Queen for Marques. Jack 4 for Runcan is going to defend the min raise. Runcan looking for diamonds and flops 2 of them. Top pair for Marques. This is the classic matchup. Top pair versus a flush draw.
Yes, indeed. And Pedro, see what size he goes for. See, in general, you sort of dampen sizing a bit against chip leader, but this hand on this board, so many straight draws and flush draws, they size up a little. See, Pedro's a pretty controlled guy, and we'll just, yeah,
Gonna go
just
quarter
balance
pot.
and go quarter pot. And this sizing might induce a check raise. We can see the Pedro's very balanced and doing this with tip top of range. Check raising does fold out some dominating Jack X. Will call. Always lead some turns as well.
And Runcan does lead on occasion and absolutely drills this diamond.
Yeah, and in general, this is a turn card that's much better for the big blind, who has 6-7s off, 6-7 off, 5-7 off, 3-4, doesn't lead.
Runcan checks.
Yeah, and Pedro's not going to give away any emotion, as you say, but it's not the card you wanted to see. Maybe the worst card in the deck next to the 4 of diamonds. He down bet with the ace, queen, or will he check?
1.675.
Not really a down bet. That is a significant portion of this pot.
Really interesting. I think he thought that perhaps if Runcan had improved or could beat the ace queen, he might lead himself.
Pedro looking but not looking. There, finally steals a glance.
Yeah, and this is really interesting for Runcan, whether to put the money in now against Marques's highest equity hands, or to continue a sort of slow play, let Marques bluff off on occasion. It's kind of interesting because once it goes past a certain amount of time banks, you sort of feel, he's also thinking, is it a shove or is it just, is there some kind of half check, like check raise, half stack, something like that?
It does not appear to be a shove. This is a good old-fashioned raise. From 1.675, he likes this number. He likes the 4 million.
Yeah, putting Marques to the test for half his stack. Not what you want to see as Pedro. Such a good hand pre-flop. Such a good hand on the flop. Felt it's good enough to value bet again on the turn. Looking to protect against worse Queen X. Pairs plus straight draws.
Oh boy. This is going to leave a mark.
Wow. Pedro not feeling like he can bin it on the turn.
Makes the call, drawing stone dead. And the river is not something that's necessarily going to make Pedro any more likely to fold.
Yeah, nothing gets there. If somehow Runcan had been bluffing with ace-8 with a diamond, king-8 with the diamond, something like that, nothing's got there that wasn't already beating Pedro. Check, check.
Interesting. I mean, the pot was big enough, just 10.5 million in the middle. Pedro.
I hope you didn't check too, Pepe.
That small hand funeral right there, maybe the most emotion we've seen out of Pedro in 5 days.
Yeah, it's really tough. Plummeting down to 18 big blinds. Runcan back up to nearly 100 big blinds.
Yeah, when we say Runcan's back up to 100 and Pedro's at 18, the combined big blinds of Pedro and Park is 43 big blinds. So Runcan's got double their stacks combined.
Yeah, Pedro's certainly facing some adversity. He folded queens in a 3-bet pot on King 10, 5, Jack.
Correctly folded queens?
Against Jack 10.
Brutal.
But, you know, wasn't fun. Took him down to similar stack to 18, 19 big blinds, then doubled ace-3 to king queen.
It's like I always say in this phrase that I made up that no one else has ever heard before, which is that it doesn't matter how hard you hit. It's how hard you can get hit and keep going.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember you came up with that in those days you used to coach football.
Correct. That's right. And boxing.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you coach boxing and football?
Yep, both.
Right.
7.2.
Weird thing, never played either game, but I'm great at commentating, coaching. Yeah, really good. Runcan's all in, which means Marques is the effective stack.
Yeah, and he's considering calling here, by the way. Dominates hands like Jack 10 suited, 10 8 suited, 10 9 suited, King 8 suited. Is he supposed to make the call? The problem here, he knows that sometimes he's ahead. I mean, he's not in this instance, but when he calls, even when his opponent has live cards, he's hands so much money to park, and for that reason, forced out. And this is definitely a stack depth with his opponents having 23 and 17 big blinds, where Runcan is going to want to employ some jams. So important, you know, when you have ace-4 off and you're able to force out two live cards.
He's been employing jams like a buffet breakfast.
By the way, Runcan's won this huge pot, and now he's still fishing for like, could I have got more?
Yep. That's why we call him the professor.
Professor McQueen.
Oh, is it say McQueen? I thought he was an ally. I thought that was an R at the end.
Marques.
I thought it might have been a rainbow burger from McDonald's.
Woke nonsense, please.
Woke nonsense.
Look at this. Look at those luminous pink green chips with green and pink chips.
Unbelievable.
Back in the day, that would have been a solid.
There's only two colors as far as I'm concerned.
Black and gray.
That's what I used to do when they rolled out the 4-color deck.
Ugh.
No. There ain't all these other colors. It's red and black.
Yes. What kind of American are you, Joe?
I went to my hometown, and I was going for a walk, and there was a Blue Lives Matter flag at this one house. A Blue Lives Matter flag, a Green Lives Matter flag. There's a Yellow Lives Matter flag for it's like park rangers. Green is park rangers, yellow is like federal employees. He had all of the.
Wow.
And I was like, you know what? That's damn close to a rainbow. One or two more, and I think you got them all up there. I think you're trying to tell us something.
The Park Ranger Alliance, wow. They should get some initials in that. LGBTQ+. The plus is for Park Rangers.
For Park Rangers.
So Park with pocket sevens.
They do wear very short shorts.
Comes in for a limp. Imagine. Potentially. Oh. Wow, he shoves 5 deuce suited. And forces sevens out. The power of the big stack. Really interesting. Part probably regretting that he didn't shove himself. And one of the hands he would have loved, you know, I understand why he folded. Doesn't want to be up against a sort of Jack 9 suited or something of that ilk. But 5 deuce of diamonds, you would have took it.
He also doesn't want to go broke while Pedro has half his stack.
Of course. Quite rightly, the South Korean being aware of the ICM imbalance at play.
Year of Romania, Paul Runcan ships it into Pedro Marques. Pedro releases the King 5.
And this is the sort of chip lead that, you know, when it tips into a situation when you have players covered this much and you could start employing the shoves, the chip lead really compounds on itself. So many plus EV spots able to play 80% of the deck from each and every position.
I mean, it's been like this for him since yesterday.
Yeah.
About this time yesterday.
No, definitely. But when they were on like 38 bigs, you know, if you double them to 80,
yes.
they're kind of now, you know, if Pedro doubles to 26, it doesn't make any difference, you know. Not doesn't make any difference, but you get my meaning. And Pedro in pain.
'Tis but a scratch.
Yes.
Park gets a walk. A walk in the park, Sam, if you will.
There we go.
It'd be very funny if he was just like, a walk in the me.
A walk in the Jayung.
He doesn't seem like the type.
Runcan in the park.
Oh.
I don't know.
I'm trying to find something for Marques, but I don't think there is one. Question mark in the park? Okay, never mind.
Question park. Okay.
Pocket fours for Pedro.
Yeah.
He's going to ship it in.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
Park all in over the top with ace-king. Runcan folds, decides he doesn't want to try to end it right here and right now.
Yeah, and Park going to be a bit disappointed to see a hand, to see himself in a flip. Ace-king obviously so strong. And now the two short stacks square off. Of course, if ace-king is triumphant, we will get heads up, Joe.
That's right. This is a flip.
Like Tosca versus Così van tutti. One of these.
Fantastic. Bravissimo.
Hands is a slight pre-flop favorite.
You saved me from having to burn one from our list. Thank you. It's more relevant. I love it. I love it. So we're about to find out. Maybe this Marques double up, that's no big deal. We're about to find out.
Well, it is a
big deal to Park.
Big deal if you go through your opponent. So let's see.
9, tray, fours, holding.
Yeah, that's as good a flop as you could see. No straight draws. No spade for Park.
Backdoor suit, yep.
Yeah.
Turned, 8 of clubs. Still very clean for fours.
Can Pedro stay alive and in the hunt for this title?
Looking to fade the aces and the kings. Does indeed fade the 6 outs. Doubles up and flip-flops with Jayung Park. 26 big blinds for Pedro Marques. Jayung Park down to 15.
Yeah, tough blow for the South Korean, who is the low man at the table.
Now the low man at the table. And Paul Runcan still over 100 big blinds. About 2.5 times the other two players combined. And that's what's left to be played for. Everyone now guaranteed more than €500,000. Closing in on $750,000 if you make it to second at 1.1465.
Yeah, and that is, by the way, a remarkable prize pool. I mean, of course we do have $1 million prize pools a bit more regularly now, or $1 million first prizes a bit more regularly in poker. But it's from 50K buy-ins, it's from 100K buy-ins. To generate $1 million first prize from a 5K remains a really rare and beautiful thing in the poker landscape.
Especially when you're not fudging it to get to $1 million. It's not like 450 for second,
no,
$1 million for first.
No one messes with the Toby Stone algorithm. It was handed. He was up on Mount Sinai. A bush was up on, then
how
the
many,
algorithm.
How many
was,
tablets?
Yes, exactly.
Except the tablets were iPads.
Yeah, we don't fudge. Mate, the amount of times it's been 9, 8, 7, 5.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, just fudge it. Fudge it in there, Toby.
Who does Joe Stapleton have to sleep with to get this prize, first prize ever?
Because I will do it. It really doesn't matter.
Runcan, interesting fold of the queen there. Just didn't fancy it. Oh, man. Pedro, I mean, we shouldn't feel too sorry for him. He has found a nice double up there, but the rest of the time he's been dealt some poor holdings.
Oh, no.
But will limp in.
Orc on Twitch says, how can Park go all in and lose and still be in the game? We've made a huge mistake. How did only one person notice that? No, sorry, Orc. I don't mean, because obviously you're asking this question, you're new to the game. You can only lose as much as the other player has. So
indeed.
It maybe even a bit of a misstep for me to say all in.
Yes.
Because he's not. He's only in for as much as the shortest.
That's why you want to have the big stack, right? Because then when you cover your opponents,
can't lose.
You can't be eliminated.
Right. You can lose, sorry. You just can't get knocked.
So Runcan can knock out Pedro. Pedro could knock out Park. And Runcan could also knock out Park.
At the moment.
Yes.
But things change.
Sure. They used to do it back in the day, didn't they? They would explain the hand rankings occasionally on little intervals on the TV shows. General, we're a little way from that. Of course, we do get newer viewers from time to time.
Park all in again.
Wow, and Runcan
makes the call. Domination situation. This could be it for Park. In all likelihood, this is it for Park.
We'll need a 6.
Need a 6. I guess his suits are also live. Park is a player that a lot of folks would have had going out at some point yesterday. Managed to take an, I don't know, 11 or 12 big blind stack from 8 or 9-handed, make it all the way to 3rd.
It's very important laddering. Can he go further?
No 6. However, the 5 and the 7 do interact somewhat with that 6.
They do.
Which means we could have a sweat on the turn.
A king would see Park dead. Chops available.
Opportunities develop.
Chop, chop.
Hey, all right. We got a little grin out of Jayung Park. Haven't seen much of that.
Again, we would go heads up.
We do go heads up.
GG to Jayung Park. Great run from the South Korean. Traveled a long, long way to play this tournament. Increasingly strong players coming over from Asia to enjoy the EPT. Little.
I hope he's happy. We had him as...
It's an amazing score, Joe.
Yeah.
Amazing. €500,000. Not easily won. 100 buy-ins. Remarkable. And now heads up for the title. And Paul Runcan, by the way, adding another 15 big blinds to impressive stack, has Pedro almost 5-1.
Oh, don't do that now. We're going to make you awkwardly do it again later.
Nice moment of sportsmanship.
It's queen. With ace of diamond. No.
And now that we are heads up, I think it means we're going to take a break. Just in case you can't take Sam's word for it, this is the current standing. Pedro Marques, 25 big blinds, 7.5 million, 120 big blinds.
And Paul really in a commanding position, but let me tell you something about Pedro Marques. He will fancy this spot. He will enjoy coming into heads up, almost nothing to lose, locked up a huge payday, and he's a very experienced player going into this heads up battle.
Speaking of payday, here's what everyone's cashed out for so far today. Still playing for 716,000 and 1.1 million euros. Quite a significant difference here from two skilled players looking to go heads up. Taking us into the break, let's recap some of the best Power Path stories from this record-breaking stop. When we return, EPT Prague heads up for the championship begins.
Prague is really nice. Having like an EPT here is like an extra boost.
Well, I was finishing up a project, so I was done work, and I kind of was thinking, why not Prague? It was good timing, so I went online and decided to try and win a silver pass.
Sì, ogni volta che c'è la possibilità vincere il primo posto del Gold Pass e viverti questa esperienza unica.
Yeah, I love Prague. It's wonderful. Everything was PokerStars doing here is very, very good, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe your experience is something like a small festival.
Great experience so far, yeah. I mean, came with a silver pass and then also stayed to play the main.
Quindi addirittura passare il day 2 e arrivare al day 3, tanta roba per me. Ho scelto Praga perché è la location che mi è piaciuta di più, quindi un'esperienza che consiglio a tutti vivamente di farla, di provarci almeno, era perfetto.
And we've already had 4 eliminations, so down to 187 players.
So 3 from that pay jump?
Yeah.
Or 4?
4. And Iverson's going to be first to act on this hand. He is the table chip leader with more than 100 bigs. He's going to fold this one. Kevin Ferrer, Queen Jack of Diamonds.
I think we probably see this just as an open. Ferrer currently 3rd in chips with 51 big blinds at our feature table.
Open indeed.
Pollock has folded. And it's round to Glovny now on the button. Ace Queen.
Okay, so 22 bigs.
Yep.
Do we just shove this one, James?
I mean, I do because I hate playing post-flop, but I'm not saying that's necessarily the best thing to do.
Yeah, I default to Glovny's wisdom here, just decides to flat.
Barak O'Neill in the small blind. Has 9s.
Okay.
And he announces all in, shoves for 25 big blinds. Fold from Picchieri. I imagine Ferrer will pass, but Glovny might take the spot.
Count, please.
Oh.
He's not going.
Ho perso questo KS, ma che... Ah, sono il microfinato, vero?
119.
Yeah, I think this is just posturing. I think we see the fold, but there might be the back call from the ace-queen.
Yes.
Obviously, O'Neill finds a really nice spot to squeeze and pick up extra dead money when we have a call on the button. I think at this stack depth, it's kind of trivial. You just kind of run it, and if they have ace-king, they have ace-king. Yeah.
Makes the call. And there it is. And we have a champ-on-champ situation here. And it is a classic race at the feature table. Glovny's ace-queen against Barak O'Neill's 9s. Now, Glovny's the player at risk, but it's a virtual all-in for O'Neill. He'll be left with 9K. He'll be left with 1 and a bit big blinds if he loses this race.
Like giving versus receiving. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
119. Oh, okay. You have how much? 119? 119? 119. 119. Oh, nice. Campus.
Chip in the chair in worst case scenario.
The flop is king 6 deuce. Of course, a queen was folded by Ferrer. So 5 outs for Grzegorz Glovny. Embrace the squeak.
Embrace the squeak.
Turn card is the 8 of spades. Still an ace or a queen on the river required for the former Prague champion to survive. Looking good for the reigning champ. And 9's hold. Glovny's eliminated.
He looked like he knew it.
Yeah, let's make sure, but...
That's a bummer.
That's the case.
Yeah.
And Gabyon Kim straight into the action, raising from the cutoff with ace-jack of clubs. Ace-5 suited for Pierre Calamusa. Flats on the button.
Yeah, ace-5 suited, going to be a very popular 3-betting hand in a lot of situations. But Calamusa electing to just call here, maybe a bit concerned about the 20 big blind stack of Jayung Kim that, you know, might have a hand strong enough to shove over this late position 3-bet, so does just call. Is quite behind.
And we see the fold from Lucas Sorainen in the big blind. Heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, deuce. Calamusa with kicker problems.
Yeah, and Jayung Kim with the effective nuts in these positions. You know, your opponent would have 3-bet ace-queen, ace-king, pocket kings.
And this is how strong his hand is, Griffin. He's comfortable checking it on the flop, gets a check back, and the 5 on the turn means we have domination rotation. Calamusa now an 87% favorite, and Jayung Kim is in trouble here.
Yeah, and that 5 shouldn't really change anything. So again, Young's got to be very, very comfortable and is going to want to start getting value from those king X flats, maybe some ace X flats that would have checked back, as ace-5 did. So comes out with the bet of 19,000.
$19K flattered by Calamusa, a blank on the river. And Jayung Kim has 94K behind. There's 77K in the pot.
Yeah, and I would expect to see a significant wager here from Jayung Kim. He is going to be sick when he faces an all-in. Should only really be losing to, you know, pocket 5s, ace-5, ace-6 suited. Not that many hands.
Bets most of his stack on the river, 54K, leaving himself 40K behind. And
yeah, I have only four more.
Yeah, this is Calamusa raising enough to put Jayung Kim all in. And our French commentator, Benny, pointing out that this is revenge from 4 years ago. Back in 2019, Jayung Kim busted Pierre Calamusa. 8-7 suited, cracked Calamusa's aces.
Wow. Yeah, and when you're trying to decode some of the bluffs that Calamusa might have here, you know, I suppose some big heart combo, something like a queen jack of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, you know, it's certainly possible, but it feels like a bit of an ambitious, erratic bluff because you shouldn't really have that many big value hands in this spot if you're Calamusa, whereas Jayung Kim is going to have all of the ace kings, the pocket kings, the pocket aces.
That's one, right?
Jayung Kim keeping an eye on the clock. We are 1 elimination away from the pay jump. And I'm guessing he's just waiting to get the rest of his chips in, hoping that that number ticks down to 143.
I mean, he can't make this fold. 40K still, you know, effectively 7-8 big blinds. It's hard to imagine. You know, a better hand is never value shoving. So what bluffs does my opponent have? No, it does put the rest in and see the bad news.
Yeah, so Jayung Kim is eliminated by Pierre Calamusa. First hand of the level, first hand back from break. Jayung Kim does not get the ladder. Cashes for 9,850 euros, but now everyone has locked up more than 11 grand, now that we're down to 143 players.
Not as lovely as pocket king.
Yeah, we have got a cooler alert here. Calamusa with kings, Sorainen with aces. So Calamusa's opened to 12,000. Sorainen's made it 39,000. Looks like it's going to be folded back around to Calamusa.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this hand, by design, sees a flat call from Sarainen facing this inevitable 4-bet from Kalamusa. These are the kind of scenarios where you'll see traps from something like pocket aces. I mean, so many chips effective. Or is Sarainen going to think to himself, I think he has it here.
So Sarainen is the effective stack here, and he has what, 70 plus bigs behind?
Yeah, which pocket kings, of course, rightfully so, are definitely going to get in. But there's only really 2, maybe 2.5 hands that will actually play for stacks here, and that's why I anticipate a flat from Sarainen. So many more bluffs in Kalamusa's range than hands he's going to be prepared to put in 450,000 at 3,000, 6,000, you know?
Yeah.
Kings, sort of begrudging queens. Ace-king doesn't even always going to play it for stacks here. So just going to keep the bluffs in, and then, you know, you're going to stack kings
like
almost always.
Well, Kalamusa as the covering stack can't go broke here, but can lose a hefty chunk of his stack.
Yeah, and the reason why it's also such an effective trap with aces is that Kalamusa, even though alarm bells I think are going off a little bit for Kalamusa, he still recognizes that Sarainen's going to kind of be split into 4 different parts here. He's going to have the aces sometimes. He's might have an ace-king that didn't want to stack pre-flop. Queens and jacks would probably 3-bet and then call the 4-bet. So you want to get value, especially from those 2 worst hands. And then if your opponent does happen to have aces, you're just getting coolered and there's nothing really you can do. So it's not too scary for Kalamusa. And if he finds himself that he is coolered, it's just the way she goes. Well, chance to find another way to win.
Yeah, Kalamusa with the king of diamonds, and there are now 3 diamonds on board.
Now, if you were up against, say, pocket queens or pocket jacks that had a diamond, you would want to be betting again.
100K the bet from Kalamusa. One-third pot on the turn.
And a shove wouldn't really make much sense here. If you did have something like jacks or queens, you would just be calling again. So that's what Sarainen's gonna do.
Oh, wow. Kalamusa goes perfect to hit the flush. And Sarainen about to have aces cracked.
And the Finn will be absolutely sick facing this all-in. Kalamusa knows very well what Sarainen's range looks like here. Understands that sometimes he's going to have, you know, aces with the ace of diamonds, maybe ace-king with the ace of diamonds, but wants to get value from the pocket queens.
Does indeed shove on Sarainen, who's looking at a straighty flushy board. It's not a snap call situation.
I mean, quite an argument for a fold, actually, right? You just got severely unlucky here.
Oh, don't worry, there are plenty of people watching on YouTube telling him that he's played aces really badly here.
Hey, if he played aces the way you guys wanted him to play them, he would have busted. So think about that for a second. He had him dead to rights all the way. It's not like he shoved the aces on the turn the kings were going to fold, guys. Come on. Think. Think critically.
Engage your brain.
Yeah. He played this perfectly, and he's going to get away with 35, 36 big blinds. So.
Doesn't like it, but is able to lay it down.
We have to wait half hour. We have to wait half hour.
40 minutes.
40.
And just like that, Pierre Kalamusa
40 minutes, yeah.
is table chip leader. 941K, more than 150 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, you know what? We got a hand here. Ace-5 of hearts for Leo Marques. We'll get back to that. Calamusa with another quite playable suited Broadway. It's got a flat from the cutoff. Sokolovsky's out with 8-5. So Ryan and, okay, you know what? Being that I played a little poker this week, I was thinking about small blind spots a lot more. And I was just wondering what kinds of hands are acceptable to play in the small blind in this exact sort of situation.
So I think this is okay because he has a lot of chips. And that's just not. There's not really a sophisticated answer. I mean, it's just you're not like it plays pretty easy if Jorstad can't shove too light against this early position open. I mean, might just shove the 4s given the situation.
Situation and that stack size ain't huge.
I mean, I really wouldn't recommend the shove here because you're either going to get called by Marques or called by Calamuso, and you're going to be up against. He does do it anyway.
They are going in. Maybe you get called by all 3 players, hit your 4, and your chip leader.
The dead money is the nice thing. So infrequently are you going to hit a set. You're going to expect to get called by one of the 2 players between Marques and Calamuso, but you're going to be flipping often. And this is what he's hoping for, and he's going to get exactly what he wanted.
Did thin the field, is only facing one opponent, is at risk, however. I got to take the king-queen suited here just about every time, though.
Yeah.
Big overlay.
I mean, look at that, 61%.
Maybe not flipping here.
Not a flip.
5 or something.
I would be a flipper as well.
I loved Espen Jorstad in How to Win a Date with Tad Hamilton. Queen immediately in the front door.
I take a 5.
But let's see what we got for him in the back door.
Ooh, 1 of 4 remaining.
But perhaps.
Oh my goodness, there it is.
That's so cool.
Well, no need for the river, you can.
Slowly for the sweat.
It's a 3.
1 out.
All right, how much is it?
Double up. You know, it's weird because that 1 outer hit on the turn and Jorstad almost looks like PokerStars.
90?
So we've got Pascal Voss, who's pretty short here, sub 20 bigs. Might decide this is a good spot for a squeeze with King-Jack suited. Yeah, he does! Now we got Marques with ace-queen. He wants a count.
It's going to work this time, buddy boy.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty
gruesome,
dark for Marques if he decides to shove. I think he wouldn't, though. I think if he does decide to call, he would just call the 228. You would hate to get back shoved by a hand like Jacks that you'd be flipping against, but you don't want to risk a million chips in this spot. I mean, this is going to be a pretty strong flat from Rudolph. Feels too tight to fold, but man, there's an argument for it. Look at how wide Voss is shoving. You just hate leaving chips on the table here. If you think he's shoving the ace-jack here, difficult to fold the ace-queen.
There's the call.
It does just call.
I don't see how you fold ace-queen. You're right, Griffin.
So what does Rudolph do now? And if he were to reshove, what would Marques do?
Marques would fold, I think, for a million, yeah, at 612. Hate the fact that he put in 18 big blinds, but yeah, this is always going to be, you know, Jacks, ace-king plus, back shoving in this situation.
Oh, I audibly heard Marques throw up in his mouth. Fold the ace-queen, and Rudolph in a great spot here, but did get unlucky in that last hand against Kuznetsov. If Voss can spike a king or clubs or some straight combos, he's going to double up.
And Voss is going to take this spot every time. 30% with a chance to triple up. It's pretty nice.
No pocket. Good hand.
Really a good hand if it ace flops.
No kings, no clubs folded, as far as we can tell.
No gods, no kings.
Skadoosh.
8-5 deuce. Rudolph, 86% favorite. Voss drawing thin to survive. Needs a king on the turn or river. Two outs. Oh, spikes the king.
What?
Rudolph loses with jacks, loses with queens, drops down to 853k as Pascal Voss doubles up to nearly 700k. That was highlights from day 3. This is day 6. This is the final table of the main event here at the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and we are heads up. Just before the break, we finally saw the elimination of Jayung Park, and now it is Paul Runcan going up against Pedro Marques for the 1.1 million euro first prize, plus the trophy and title. Still got 10 minutes to play at the 150-300 blind level, so we are playing 25 bigs effective and quite a disparity in the stacks. Also, a big disparity in the prize money. Both players locking up 716k, but a huge jump if you can make it to first place and claim the EPT title here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan alongside both Sam Grafton.
Hi, everyone.
And joining us live via satellite, it's Maria Ho.
Oh, hello, Maria.
Hello there. Hello, Sam.
The closing chapter of this 6-day tournament, the two final players from a record-breaking starting field of 1,458. It comes down to this. And I don't know why, I just got this feeling. This is either going to be over in 2 hands or it's going to take 5 hours. There's going to be no in between.
Well, it's a very big moment for both players. I mean, Pedro obviously achieved scores close, you know, of this magnitude before, but nonetheless, an EPT title. You know, he's been someone that's been playing for a decade. Similar to myself, to win an EPT title, I think would be a crowning achievement. What is already a great career. And for Paul, you know, something of a breakout score. I was reading on his bio that he's from Nottingham, perhaps schooled in the DTD streets, but played very well thus far. And he's sort of got the title almost within his grasp with this big stack coming into heads up.
Maria, you've been watching the action over the last few days. I'm assuming you're not surprised to see these two heads up.
No, you know, especially with the way that Runcan really composed throughout, even with the big stack, sometimes people can overpace themselves, but he, you know, never did. He just continually found ways to be aggressive. And of course, that sick bluff we saw him pull off yesterday. And Marques a game and has closed out plenty of spots even without the chip lead, so definitely not counting him out.
So this is hand 102 of the final table, the first hand of heads-up play, unraised pre. The bet from Runcan on the flop wins him the pot. I'm slightly surprised, and maybe we're seeing a healthy dose of sarcasm, something I would always approve of, with people asking, did they do a deal? With this discrepancy in the chip stacks, I don't think there's much chance of that, Samuel.
Well, I mean, yeah, and certainly we always get informed, right? So if there had been a deal, or there was a deal, or we would know about it. So not taking place at this stage. And as I said, I think Pedro will enjoy this spot. He's sort of come first out of the rest of the pack, and now you got a free shot at the chip leader for the big money and the title. We'll notice employing a limping strategy at 22 big blinds, as is almost sort of standard at this point.
Well said, Winston 23. The chips mismatch isn't really conducive to a deal.
And Marques, with the check back, does allow Runcan to outdraw him. Pedro,
Does feel like queen.
Yeah, go ahead, Maria.
No, I was just saying, does feel like, you know, queen high had a little bit of showdown, so does continue to check, even though you can see that. Oh, wait a second. Reversal.
Yeah, that queen on the river.
Yeah, and it felt very comfortable value betting this now, having checked all the way.
600.
You do this with the queen 9 to keep in hands like queen 2, queen 3 that you can potentially get money from. Runcan not interested though.
So 7 minutes on the clock, and then we'll roll straight into level 35. Blinds will go to 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. Each increase in the blinds not really phasing Paul Runcan. Does matter for Pedro Marques though.
Yeah, and as we've talked about before, the big blind ante, something we got very used to now, but you know, it means there's a lot of money. 2.5 big blinds out there, each and every hand does generate action as the stacks get shorter.
Do you favour a change in the big blind ante when a final table is either short-handed or heads up?
I'm kind of neutral, but I do think half ante does make some sense.
Maria, do you have an opinion on it?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Sam. I feel like, you know, some places, you know, doing half ante, and I think that makes sense. But as it stands, you know, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I kind of feel that the big blind ante almost feels like it came around the same time as the shot clock, kind of around kind of 2018. And I kind of feel in the grand scheme of things, we're still in the kind of relatively early days of both, and we're still figuring out the best way to apply both. We've seen some changes with the shot clock recently in events, and for example, how we apply it when the virtual all-in is played, how we apply it pre-flop versus post-flop, and maybe we'll see some adjustments to how the big blind ante is applied in the future.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is it does add a bit more variance to the heads up. And, you know, that's not such a bad thing. You know, if you get an amateur versus a pro heads up, there being a bit more money out there, each and every hand is kind of evens the playing field a little bit. I mean, it doesn't feel like the heads ups are over in a flash, does it? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, certainly for me, I enjoy both watching the heads up, and obviously if I get heads up myself, I kind of want there to be as much skill as possible. So, you know, it's kind of a moot point.
I certainly don't think that since the advent of the big blind ante, every heads up battle has been turned into a crapshoot.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. As we see bottom pair face off against a very measly 8 high.
I'm also grateful for the fact that it's been a while, I would say several years, since we had one of those heads-up battles that went on for like 12 hours. The kind of Mike McDonald, Dominic Panker duel, or...
Well, did they used to remove the ante entirely at heads-up? So yeah, it is a big swing.
James, did they also use the levels when there were fewer players left?
No, that is another thing, which was a key change as well. Yeah, so if you do it by level rather than actual duration, we probably have had heads-up battles that have gone the distance, but of course they're taking half the time because we're playing half levels effectively. And again, I genuinely believe it is better for everyone to have a tournament end at 9 o'clock in the evening rather than 3 o'clock in the morning.
Especially in Prague. You want to go out and celebrate.
Exactly. You want the player to have their moment where, you know, there's actually still atmosphere in the room and you feel like you've had your victory. And crucially, there's still time in the day to take that victory lap, Sam.
Yeah, indeed. So
750.
Yeah, the places that you have to go out and celebrate in Prague at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, the less said about them, the better.
I mean, I've referenced this a few times. I'm sure people are bored of hearing the story, but back in Monte Carlo in 2010, we were covering the high roller final table. It was heads up between Olivier Busquet and Tobias Reinkemeyer, and the heads up battle went on for so long. They were literally dismantling the poker tables in the Salle des Etoiles, and then some guy comes in and starts vacuuming. And like Olivier, who, you know, does have a temper on him at times, let it be known that he was not happy that he was playing for, like, you know, a high six-figure score to the sound of a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, and Runcan, who's pumped it up here with the king 5 off, does flop top pair versus second pair. Kind of nice eventuality.
Yeah, and this is just not a street that, of course, Marques is going to be able to fold. Certainly, you know, certain turns and rivers will get a little more considered.
Yeah, and another overcard comes, diminishing the strength of that 10. Runcan could go either way here. Obviously, with a weakest king, it's okay to check so that you mix in some top pairs in your checking range. And Marques checking back.
Jackson 10s versus Jackson Kings.
Yeah, so now the kicker, no problem. Well, not much of a problem for Pedro. Chops with all 10x except ace 10. And the same for Runcan with his king. So Runcan will go for value.
Got a pot of 2.4 million and he's bet 1 million.
The problem for Pedro is, on occasion, could this be the same holding? Could it be a 10x for this sizing? Maybe not, but certainly has a legitimate bluff catcher.
Makes the call and is now down to 16 big blinds.
Thank you, Rob.
Scratch that, because I think the blinds are about to go up. Well, maybe we'll get in one more hand at this level, but Pedro Marques is about to be a whole lot shallower.
Yeah, and Runcan just needs to keep his nerve. Almost feels like he's got one hand on the trophy. Pedro won't be giving up. Strong poker players know how to eke out every last drop from the short stack.
9 deuce on the button.
750.
Raises it.
Yeah, just continuing to apply pressure with, you know, bottom of range here. And I think what's interesting, you know, about what we've seen from Runcan over the last several days is that he clearly knows how to wield that big chip stack. But I would be kind of curious to know, just because I'm unfamiliar with Runcan's game, you know, how well he's versed in, you know, the ranges he's supposed to call off with against, you know, 15 big blind shoves and things like that. I mean, that's a part of the game that, you know, most players that have a lot of experience will have studied, of course. But, you know, players play tournaments quite as often. You know, that's definitely something that's going to come into play here.
So went check on the flop, board pairs on the turn.
Yeah, and Pedro at this stack depth going to value this jack very highly indeed.
950. 950.
950.
And Runcan having checked back, no, he'll check back some 8x. Very occasionally a super strong hand, but got a pretty nifty bluff catcher. Certainly the deuce going to be the best hand, at least some portion of the time. Very little visibility on rivers, but forced to continue as the pot swells, and Pedro can get in his entire stack on certain rivers for sure.
Is that the river?
Well, I mean, Runcan improves in a manner of speaking. And I do think that Pedro will still go for value. The flush somewhat discounted in Runcan's range. Is a jam in order.
Five.
$600.
And downsizes the river. Feels like he has less bluffs. Spades don't need to bluff. 9-10, Queen 9. Oh, what a fold.
Wow, quick fold.
Wow, that's absolutely remarkable fold there from Runcan. I would have thought he would have at least considered it, improving, so to speak, on the river. But although, as I say, the draws, a lot of the draws did get there. Very nice fold.
So Marques up to 6.3 million, but that's still only 15 bigs because we are now playing 200K, 400K with a 400K big blind ante. Quick reminder, the $1 million ticket machine is running on PokerStars between now and January 6th. $1 million in tickets being awarded for the New Year Series, Power Path, and the Sunday million anniversary. Opt in and then log in every day to Stars to receive a raffle ticket. There are daily and weekly raffles, tickets to be won. With the New Year Series just around the corner, the Sunday million anniversary slated for the first weekend in April, and of course Power Path running every day. You could pick up a ticket for one of those MTTs.
We just go to that wide shot to check no one started vacuuming.
Fortunately, there's still quite a lot going on here. No reason to start dismantling tables and cleaning up the room yet.
Yeah, and Pedro picking up a premium will jam, knowing worse will call.
Queen 8 not enough.
As we see that prestigious trophy glimmering and glinting under the lights.
Faux Daddy is among the people watching who are not prepared to watch this stream and see someone playing for 6 figures with a vacuum cleaner going in the background. They're playing for 7 figures in this one, 1.1 million up top.
Yeah, maybe that's what we can make Joe do. We hand him instead of him going down to give the trophy, we hand him a vacuum and he goes and hoovers up the crumbs after the event's finished.
I don't think you've got anything to fear from these two. Even if they were slightly knocked, I think they'd express themselves in a reasonable way.
That they would. And Runcan semi-trapping, I believe, there with the A6 suited. Marques doesn't bite. Content to check back the raggedy 8-3.
Or ace high, still the best hand.
Now, Runcan could go either way here. Does check back.
Ace high still good.
Yeah, Marques probably not going to want to bluff this combo. We've got a lot of hands with a spade, hands with a straight draw. And Runcan now may be tempted to protect ace high. Good instincts, as we've seen so often from the Romanian. Such a confident player, despite, you know, what we presume is a slight lack of experience at these heady stakes. Really, really nice. A good fold, a good protection bet. A little nod to friends on the rail.
Well, we've got Senior Snowden watching on Twitch who's not concerned about there being a Hoover in the room. He says people who are really focused block out background noises. Maria Ho, if you were playing heads up in a major tournament and someone was vacuuming around you, would you be able to block that out?
I mean, I can like barely block out you know, Matt Stout's laugh or, you know, other poker players that, you know, Ren Lin's table talk from tables away. So I'm not sure if I could block out a vacuum, to be.
That's the way to distract Maria if you ever heads up with her. Just start randomly saying Lady Gaga every street.
just get me Ren Lin.
Yeah, and Duncan with that hand that he can just shove here versus the limp if he so chooses.
$4 million.
Yeah. I think this is nice play from Runcan and suggests, you know, Maria, you were questioning how often he's played heads up. You know, perhaps it's a little bit, it's one of the more obvious jams, the raggedy ace, but, you know, folding out Queen 9, such a nice result there.
Yeah, and Marques obviously, you know, will have some limp traps as well, but, you know, for the most part, he's also going to be limping this middling part of his range where he's really hoping to get to a flop in position. But, you know, so far, so good for Runcan, just chipping away.
Yeah. 85% of the chips in play.
Bram chimes in on YouTube. I played with Runcan this spring. He told me he only started playing tournaments recently but has a long history with cash games. That is true. Has taken to tournaments recently and has had a pretty strong year. What many would call a breakout year.
Yeah, very nice. What a picking the pain of tournaments. Well, not so much pain if you're going to bang off a top 2 finish in an EPT within your first couple of years. And Runcan does elect to bet the king high, and the 8 very strong here. A lot of aces get shoved from Runcan, and Pedro going to have none himself. Maybe with a deuce and a heart, we want to check call. We shall see what Pedro thinks of it. Does just call. And the 8 gets all the stronger on that turn. Occasionally, his opponent will have a 5, but nice to just have the kicker negated to pair with an ace. And thinking of leading here on a card that potentially favors the big blind.
550.
Just because they check called, have less air. And Runcan having bet king high in a little bit of a strange spot. It's almost was a sort of light protection bet with king high. Now, what does he make of his hand? Seems like the 4 of hearts, not a good card to have, but feels compelled to continue.
550,000 apiece going to the river, which is 7.
Yeah, and again, similar to that 9 of spades, very dynamic, not dynamic turn card, but a turn card that all the straight draws, 6-9, 6-4, 7-6, 7-9 make a pair, flush draw comes in. Hard for Pedro to have no pair, no hand at all now.
8.
Eight's good. So Pedro now hovering around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, every pot's significant, James. You know, going from 14 to 18, 13 to 18.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's still a long way to catch Paul Runcan up, but, you know, you win one pot, it's a quarter of your stack or a third of your stack. So precarious, 18 big blinds, 13 big blinds.
So we've had a few bad lookalikes in the last couple of days for Paul Runcan, my favorite being Tim Curry, which is the one I think we've agreed on. Tom, our moderator's finally got one for Pedro Marques, the bad guy from Kindergarten Cop.
I think he looks a bit like Benicio del Toro, in my estimation. That's who would play him in there.
No.
Not having that?
No.
I know these. Okay.
Pedro is far too fresh-faced.
Yeah.
Benicio is kind of like craggy.
I mean young Benicio, not... you know what? I was in Bar and Books the other night, one of my favourite bars, and you know they only play James Bond films on the TV in Bar and Books.
I did not know that.
And so it was a Timothy Dalton.
It's License to Kill. Benicio del Toro plays the villain Dario. Yeah, that was one of his first big roles.
Yeah, I was captivated with it. I was with friends, and they were like, what are you watching? I was like, I'm watching this amazing... and Runcan here, picking up the ace-king. And doesn't shove, just goes for a raise, hoping to get limp shoved on by a weaker holding. And Pedro with a hand that can actually call this raise. Yeah, it's a really nice part. I mean, there's a few of them, but the one in Tinska, James, you have to check out. Yeah, let's see what Pedro wants to do. But I suspect he will continue. And we can see it matches up very nicely in actuality against the ace-king.
I can hear the booming voice of Nick Walsh on the floor introducing the final of the Spin and Go Championship.
And Runcan playing a very controlled strategy, checking over to Pedro. What Pedro wants to do with the 7. Checks back in position. Checks again, and that might be a green light for Pedro to start value betting his hands. Does better than Jack 7, check twice. Not too often, we suspect.
1.5.
And it's a big sizing.
1.5 into 2.8.
And again, look at the way he just sets it up to be able to shove rivers as well. And Runcan would have loved it to go check, check again. We can imagine all sorts of bluffs. So ace-king, a hand that can outdraw a queen or a 7 quite easily and is the best hand sometimes. Nice to continue. It's not a great card, I wouldn't imagine, in Paul Runcan's mind. As again, the 8-5s, 8-9s, 8-10s of this world make a pair. Does Pedro go for it all on this river?
Oh.
He does.
Nice shove from Pedro. Good sense of where he is. And Runcan with a bluff catcher.
Everyone who's funkin' for Runcan calling for a fold.
And it is quite a nice bluff catcher. It's worth taking your time about. Obviously, king high and ace high in general don't get bluffed here. Maybe we can imagine a king 5 on occasion. But in general, we unblock bluffs. The thing is, we would like to have a piece of the board. Obviously, you know, ace 3 is significantly better.
I think the thought in Runcan's mind is just, you know, obviously Marques is going to be limp calling, you know, some suited combos, but how often does, say, like a flopped diamond draw for Marques, will he be checking that back on the flop versus betting? Because obviously that's going to be one of the more obvious draws that did not improve.
Makes the call with the ace-king high.
And that is a full double up for Pedro Marques, and that does change things significantly. Yes, Runcan still has the advantage, but Marques is now playing 40 big blinds. Runcan with 70 bigs.
Yeah, it would have been an amazing way to win an EPT title, calling with ace-king high. Doesn't work out. And as you say, Pedro really back in this thing. 37 bigs, it just changes things in terms of the playability of that stack. A lot more room to maneuver.
Told you guys it was either going to be a few hands or a few hours.
Get your hoovers ready, ladies. This one's going to the wire.
A lot's changed since 2010. Everyone has a Dyson now, Sam. I don't, because I refuse to have one.
Something, right? Okay, thank you. 43, I think. So, give me just a second.
Yeah, kudos to Marques just for being able to extract maximum value there. There's not, there's some players that wouldn't, go for it all on the river with a pair of sevens.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't undervalue his hand, realizing how wide ranges are, heads up, sensing that McQueen had a worse hand and making him pay. Runcan still with the chip lead, of course, as he's maintained throughout this day.
But I know it's weird because he still has a decent advantage, Sam, but when you have your opponent like 3-1, 4-1, and you see it slipping, it can't not affect you.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you're making a call where sometimes your opponent, turns over Jack 4 of diamonds, and you're the winner of this tournament.
Robovax. Maria, I bet you've got a robot that cleans your place.
Did buy one of those off Amazon at some point during the pandemic, but I'm also kind of sheepish to say that I am a proud owner, or I was a proud owner, I guess. No, I'm not so proud anymore, of Dyson.
I appreciate that you might not have the same feelings towards James Dyson as I do as someone who lives in the United Kingdom. I feel the same way about him as I feel about Elon Musk.
Is it James Dyson or Jeremy?
It's James, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. And back to work we go. I mean, it's been commented on several times. Runcan seems to have a very strong mentality, as does Pedro, of course. So it won't be unduly rattled by doubling up his opponent.
2 million.
And Pedro pulling a different size to Runcan in terms of the ISO, going 5 big blinds. Something that's not completely uncommon now, to have 2 different ISO sizes versus limp in heads up. Just as we spoke about the evolution of the big blind ante and the shot clock and the like, poker strategies continue to be refined.
King Jack 7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, and Runcan, a slight statistical favourite with the flush draw and live cards. And support that favours the in-position player, but Marques with queen high, not inclined to bet. And now what does Runcan want to do? It's quite nice to realise our equity through a bet. Sometimes we get a fold, sometimes we get there. Let's see if Runcan feels the same. It goes big. Not much Pedro can do. Size and releases.
So we've reached hand 118 of the final table. 22 minutes remaining on this blind level. Of course, the clock now 45 minutes for short-handed play at an EPT final. Joe Stapleton rejoins us on stream.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, my babies.
Hello, Mr. Stapleton.
Hello.
You recognize that voice?
Oh, hello, Maria. Sorry.
Oh, you knew straight away. I was going to give you 3 guesses, but you... No.
She sounds a lot different when we talk on the phone. It's usually, why didn't you pick up the first time?
LA buddies.
We see each other a lot more on tour.
100%.
Yeah, obviously you mix in different circles, you know?
Yeah, she's a beach person. I'm a valley person.
I think it's probably quicker for each of you to get from LA to Prague than it is to your respective places in LA.
Depending on what time you leave, yeah.
Yeah, James has had some experience with that, getting stuck in traffic.
I mean, when I was doing
Eating us
Hustler,
up.
the Hustler streams, which is a little past Maria, it would take me like almost 2 hours to get there. I'd have to leave my house at 2:30 to make sure I was there in time for 5 p.m.
Maria, any time you're putting a quiz team together, you know I'll make that sacrifice for you, right?
Yeah, and I appreciate it because we really needed your help.
Plus, we were cheated. We were cheated.
You did a pub quiz in LA?
Yeah.
I think this is the first I'm hearing about this. So Marques has opened ace-9 off, queen-8 for Runcan.
Yeah, we haven't seen Pedro come in for a raise too often. Maybe the first of this heads-up confrontation. And it's a big old flop for Runcan. Pedro with the bottom pair. Might be a hand he wants to check back. We shall see. Let's hope for his sake he doesn't improve. Runcan with the lock, and he's going to bet. I guess we do want to bet the occasional 9x. And Runcan feels like a straight wants to raise pretty often. There's plenty we can get value from. But slow plays. And I wonder. And the turn brings the 1 card straight.
Boo.
Yeah, Pedro will be disappointed to see that come off. As 9-8, some 8x outdraws him.
I mean, yay if you're Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks it's a bad card. It's a very good card, potentially.
Yeah, and that is, a bit of the problem with slow playing as Runcan is that there's just a lot of turn cards that really kill your action. And, whereas if you perhaps found a raise on the flop, you would have had a lot of hands continue.
Yeah, and with the super straight, what size do we want to go? Do we want to bet, try and get raised and then re-raise? Do we want to just force in a big bet?
6 million.
And there we go.
The old 2Xer. Vaughn Weekland on YouTube says, small bet. With the sarcasm font, I assume. Doesn't come through. Don't have that plug-in.
Yeah, and Pedro, similar to the ace-king hero call, he just It doesn't interfere with any bluffs. You know, the 5-3 of spades, the Queen 2, but will fold, and rightly so. With that sizing, it just allows you to fold so many more hands.
Runcan on 73 bigs, 33 for Marques.
Yeah, chipped Pedro down a tad since that double up.
I was watching from the stage during the double, so I couldn't see anything except the chips going in and all that. And I said, this feels like it's going to be a double up if it's called. Now, granted, I was 50-50, but I did get it. My live reads are on. Aces for Runcan. King 9 for Marques. Certainly good enough for a poke.
Yeah, I think he'll check this back. I think if he had suited King 9, occasionally we want to raise, but...
No raise. Unraised pot to the flop. 10-7-7.
Yeah, and I wonder if Runcan ever checks this back. Obviously, there's a lot of straight draws we can get value from. It's sort of a hand that's so hard to outdraw.
Does check it back. Queen of spades on the turn.
Pedro checks again. And now, with the Queen and 10 that Runcan can get value from, and a flush draw out there, will put out some money. Half pot, full pot, indeed. Interesting. And I think King 9 certainly would have considered versus a smaller bet. I mean, it's quite nice to have a hand that can improve and is on occasion the best hand.
For sure.
A little bit strange, and he will. Credit to Runcan because he chisels out 1.2 million of value here against just King High with that deceptive check back. Oh, what a river.
Ooh.
And Runcan won't be able to see this straight draw, I don't believe. 8-9 might just bet out itself. So there shouldn't be too many straights in Marques's range. And I wonder if he goes big again here. See, it's nice to imagine we could get value from Jack 10 or Queen Jack.
4.8.
And he's going huge on the river, over-betting the pot. 4.8 into 3.6.
Yeah, and the question for Pedro is, does he jam or does he just call? It's a very polarized bet. Does he have to ever worry about a full house or an ace-king straight? He doesn't have the nuts, but he does have a very, very strong hand. Is this a slow-played 7-8? Or is this a sort of somehow, I don't know, pocket tens or ace-king?
Ace is cracked by running straight cards. This is such a Joker Stars hand.
Yeah, and Pedro, considering what to do, can he get called by worse if he jams? Or is he just killing himself against ace-king? That's what he's working through. It's a genuine tank, I do believe. Trying to assess.
All in.
There he goes. He puts it in the middle. And frustration for Runcan. Aces reduced to a bluff catcher.
When he made that big hero call with ace high, which was not correct, if he calls here with aces, he is not correct.
Yeah, and I think the overbet, I mean, what hands does he overbet?
Sorry?
He sort of almost repped
12,300.
a 7x or a straight.
12,300.
I would imagine that this is too much money to go into the middle. We shall see.
Yeah, it's...
If he, go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, it's just not very often, I think, that when you bet such a polarizing sizing on the river that people are going to be able to check jam over that sizing, you know, with hands that I think Aces is going to be performing well against at this point.
We'll see the big
You
switcheroo.
won't believe what I have. I have aces.
And nice of a
Go
Runcan
for value with the Queen Jack. That would be something.
He's just considering.
Can you tell me, please, how many timings I used?
Does worse ever shove for value? Says, would
Third one.
Queen Jack play like this?
Queen Jack, you go for value, yeah? No, I don't think we just. Fuck. I have 20 seconds. Okay. If I pay, I stay.
And
Queen Jack. Queen Jack.
Runcan taking some time to think it through, showing some of his personality there. Realizing.
Nice and.
He folds.
Queen 10, Queen Jack.
So we don't get the switcheroo, but what happens now, guys, is it's almost even Stevens.
Yeah, that's a big old hand, by the way.
They've drawn level for the first time.
Yeah, good fold in the end from Runcan.
Just give me a second to count my stack, okay? Just give me a second before the open, just to count my stack.
Pedro just wanting to do a little bit of accounting, see where he's at. As you say, 55 big blinds against 51. Runcan not showing that top-class temperament he has, not getting frustrated, making a frustrating fold, but a correct one.
Now that the stacks have drawn almost level, I wonder if one of the reasons why Pedro wants to count it is whether he's going to propose looking at the numbers.
I think that Pedro, with his experience and with the momentum...
Sorry?
You want to see numbers?
Oh,
even. What numbers?
See numbers. I said see numbers. See the numbers.
It's
See our
up to you.
stack.
It's up to you. We are even now.
You don't want to see?
No, if you want, we can see. Yeah. But we are even. It's like 50-50 if it's possible.
Yeah, so we can see the numbers if you want.
Yeah, up to you. Yeah. I don't know it's possible. You know.
Yeah, it is, sure.
I was thinking it's not.
Yeah. Of course you can see numbers. Come on, man.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, we're going to need tournament director Toby Stone and his trusty laptop.
Fire it up.
It's 50-50.
Obviously, they're going to verify the stacks.
If I were Runcan, I had a little chip advantage. I wouldn't keep going 50-50. I'd be like, have a little bit more, just so we're clear.
14.
Yeah.
Runcan has to respect Marques' pedigree, though, right? And give him maybe, all right, I've got a little bit more than you, but I'll concede it's 50-50 when I take into account your experience.
Yeah, potentially.
Eu tenho 20 milhões e 700 mil.
Yeah, just having a little word with the rail. It's always an exciting moment when we look at numbers. I enjoy it.
Clock has been paused, obviously, while we...
Yeah, Queen 10 or Queen Jack? Just yes or no? That's it, so. If you have that...
A little bit. Tension eases just for a moment as we work it through. Obviously, it's pretty exciting stuff when you're chopping up, potentially chopping up 1.85 million. Not something many people get to do in their lives. This is what high-stakes poker is like, as Marius goes to the calculator.
Cassandra, I'll address your point afterwards, okay?
23, 25. 23 and...
Yeah, they've got the counts in.
25.
And now we go over to the laptop. And it shows how...
How do you think we split? So we put the first and second all together, we split, and we have to leave something to play. I don't know how much they ask to play.
Normally 10% are remaining.
Pedro's absolutely right.
10%. So we put it half, and 10% for the winner plus the trophy. It's good? Yeah?
Well, it looks like they've already agreed the terms before Toby's had a chance to show him the numbers. So in principle, it's basically add together first and second, take off 10%, play for that and the trophy.
Pedro's trying to lock up this deal quickly. All right, all right. I mean, it's nice. Go on, the lads. I mean, it is an amazing achievement to get heads up in an EPT.
So what's it going to be?
I wait for the break.
It's about, not what, roughly 900k each, and then play for the rest?
It's absolutely remarkable scores for these two gentlemen.
Maybe you can call the floor.
Both of them played.
There's no need to do math.
Well, obviously,
exceptionally well, with class.
The deal will be authorized by Toby, so here he comes.
We already discussed, so we were talking about half and play for the 10%.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what we're going to ask you to do anyway, is play for 10% of remaining,
yeah.
Which means you both get second place. That then is taken off the total prize money. But what we have as 10% remaining, which you might have a different figure depending on how you figured it out, is just 43,000. You can come and have a look here, but you can change that. This would be what. Do you want to come around so you can see this?
No, I can understand. So 43,000 to play for?
But you can increase that if you want. That's fine. You don't have to play, but that would be the minimum that we would ask you to play for. Yeah, if you want, you can increase that and then do whatever you like with the rest. But that would be 10% of remaining. That's after all players have been paid the last prize. So you both get paid this, the remaining, that's 10% of that, basically. But if you'd already agreed something else, you can. I can just increase that to whatever number you agreed.
No, what we agreed was like this plus this.
So what's the first, second?
For each, and
Is
or
one
take
point-
10% of this to play, right? 180.
Yeah, Pedro pretty happy with this deal.
But I don't understand what is that.
Yeah, what's the
So-
42? I don't.
So this is 10% of remaining. So for example, the total prize pool is this.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's.
So you've already guaranteed 716.
Okay.
So 716 times 2.
Okay.
Minus the total amount.
Okay, so we can go.
420,000.
Yeah.
And that's 10% of that. And that's how we work it out. But you may have done something different.
Okay. So we can do 900 and pay for whatever 6-3 for. No.
Yeah, 43. You're saying. Yeah. 900, and play for the 43.
We even like this. Yeah. No, 63.
It's 63.
If you do 900, we play 63. No.
Seems like a fair deal.
Yeah, he's suggesting playing for a little bit more.
63, 450.
Yes. Yeah. The trophy.
You all right with that?
Yeah, we are.
All right, I'm just going to check these numbers.
Congratulations to both these players.
we'll just leave it at
900,000 euros. Huge
So we'll just check these
score.
numbers. Just that there, quick.
I mean,
You okay with that?
for
All right,
most
good
players,
deal.
I want a career score.
Again. I fuck my leg.
And Runcan, who switched from cash games to tournaments recently, what a decision that was for the Romanian. Straight out of DTD,
So
loving it.
if you add together first and second place prize money, it comes to 1,863,450 euros. What they're going to do is split the 1.8. So get 900,000 euros each. That's guaranteed. That's the terms of the deal. They are still playing for the additional 63,450 plus the title and trophies. They are going to play out this heads-up battle. Now, I just want to go back to Cassandra's point. They should really get deals out of these tournaments if they want to make them the best viewer experience. That's a big if, Cassandra. Yes, we want these to be a great viewing experience, but that is not the primary reason why these events run. This is the players' tournament. They pay the buy-in. Therefore, they should have a say over the prize money. It's not like, and also they're paying registration fee. They're making a contribution towards the dealing staff. And deal making is a natural part of tournaments. If PokerStars was saying, hey guys, we're adding 5 million to the prize pool, that's different. But ultimately, the players should have a say over it. And it's great that we can stream these tournaments. It's great that we can show this heads-up battle, but the tail can't wag the dog. You can't let the live stream or the TV shows dictate how the tournament runs. We are documenting this experience for the players and what is best for them.
Yeah, absolutely great summary there from James. It's absolutely that way round. First, the primary goal is to run a great tournament to the highest standards in the world with, you know, everything the players could want to make it a great experience. And that includes them having control over the money that they put up. And then secondary is us putting on a great stream and you guys at home enjoying. But, you know, we're not going to compromise the players' experience or the standards of the EPT in order to satisfy viewers.
equally, I do understand why people have a problem with it. I do get the fact if you've got that headline number, the winner should get that headline number. And it used to be, back in the day, that TV shows didn't disclose when there was a deal.
If you wanted to sort it out, you went out to the back, to, like, you know, good, honest pros. You went out to the DTG car park. You got in someone's, you know, Vauxhall Astra, and behind closed doors, you passed a duffel bag of cash between the two of you.
I'm sure I've asked you this question before, Maria. I mean, it's other tours, I'm not going to name them, where they say, we don't allow deals. We know they happen. You must have heard stories, I hope it hasn't happened to you, where people get screwed over, right?
Have you been screwed over on another tour? Name and shame, please.
Well, Sam mentioned, you know, the good, honest poker players, and sometimes that's just not the case, right? And so unfortunately, you do hear about, you know, people having to go away from the tables to make these deals, and unfortunately, it doesn't always working out the way that you would think a handshake should, right?
Absolutely, Cassandra. Do you want people sneaking off into the bathrooms with Anthony Zeno to shake hands in a bathroom stall and chop up the money? No. We've got Toby Stone. It's basically like having the Bank of England overseeing the deal. If Toby Stone puts his stamp of authentication on it, you can take it to the bank. And that's what we want. So,
I would also say, and I know poker is about the money, but don't think people just play tournaments for the money. If you think they don't want the win, if you don't think that, I mean, they want that trophy and they want
absolutely poker immortality, poker immortality, and 65,000 euros, which is something really, really significant.
And look, I know that, you know, there's a lot of live poker in the world. I'd like to think that the EPT still has a lot of resonance, a lot of import, and this is not, you know, your 250 nightly at your local casino. This is something that you can say, I'm an EPT champion, and that means something.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly does for both of these guys. I'm sure of that. Fiercely competitive, the both of them.
Okay, we're playing again. Still at the 200K, 400K blind level.
And it is absolutely even Steven, by the way, as we resume our attention. 53 big blinds apiece, and we get another pair over pair situation. It's worth pointing out, like, apart from that deal, things not really gone Runcan's way.
No.
Pedro had the best of it, obviously making that fortuitous straight against the aces. The ace-king whiffing and hero calling. You know, premium hands, actually, for Runcan come unstuck. And here, with the diamond and bottom pair.
Maria, what do you think about this suggestion from Wooden Spoon on Twitch? I demand PokerStars to force all deals to be in bathrooms from now on and have Toby and the cameras join them in the stalls with a laptop.
And really interesting here that
I don't think anybody needs to see it.
Goes for a check raise. Little unorthodox, actually. And Marques, I think if he had a better 10, would certainly consider 3-betting the flop, maybe even considering here. Seems like we are beat on occasion by Jack 10, Queen 10. Will call, obviously a whole host of bluffs that Runcan can have. This exact instance has sort of a medium strength hand. And diamond comes in, 4-6, the very clear open-ender gets there as well. It's not a great card for Pedro. What will Runcan do now? Continues to bet. It's not quite clear to me. Well, it looks like he's just out and out turning his hand into a bluff. Little unusual, don't you agree, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, I can see a case being made for maybe that flop check raise just to fold out, you know, some overcard equity. But now, you know, just continuing to bet, and also this sizing, you know, it just feels like he is not planning to, you know, show down a pair of threes as the winner. You know, improving equity-wise with that 7 of diamonds on the turn does, you know, now have a flush draw. I don't think that, you know, this is necessarily a sizing that Marques is...
A deceptive way to get there.
Wow.
Bottom pair becoming top and bottom. And now we'll feel he can go cleanly for value. Of course, can be beat on occasion to a flush, but seems like a hand is a mandatory value bet and does put out some stacks.
8.5
And it's close to full pot. And Pedro, 10-9, so strong on the flop, reduced to a bluff catcher. Where are the bluffs coming from? I mean, a hand like, to my mind, 3-4 with a 4 of diamonds might make sense. It's not clear that Runcan would always check raise that. Certainly, when a lot of the range is built around flushes, having a diamond seems useful. See, Marques himself will have flushes and just lets it go. Puzzling hand that was beat on the river, and Paul Runcan scooping in a sizable pot and opening up some distance against the Portuguese pro.
Okay, so it's 66 bigs playing 40 bigs. Blinds up again in 4 minutes' time.
And another nice holding for Runcan. The king 8 can go either way between limp and raise. Does come in for a raise. Marques with ace-10. How does he value this at 40 big blinds? Comes in for a 3-bet. And Runcan, with a suited king, might feel compelled to continue. Certainly one of the less good hands he's raising for value, but going to have some junk which he's forced to fold. Getting a nice price in position.
What's it going to do with all that junk? All that junk?
Lets it go, actually. Felt like...
Wow.
He didn't need to defend. A little bit frustrating to raise fold that hand heads up. See, we could see he was pretty live against ace-10.
We've reached hand 125 of the final table. Runcan still with the chip advantage. Around 25 million, playing the 18 million of Pedro Marques. If you missed it, they did agree a deal. The stacks were pretty much even. They agreed to chop it 50-50, leaving a little bit still to play for. So they've locked up 900,000 euros each. They are playing for about 63.5 grand and the trophy and title.
I love it. It's kind of old school as well, just to be like, let's chop it up, mate. No need for these fancy numbers.
Yeah, if it was old school, they'd have chopped it 9-handed.
Yes. Money back for the bubble.
Yes. Sometimes, you know, in these, there's a little bit of ego, right? And it's understandable. Certainly there's going to be a skill disparity at times. But here it was just very much like, you know, let's just get this done. We're really happy with the amount of money we're both going to get to take home.
Well, Runcan looked delighted that you could actually chop. I feel like there's some chance he didn't realize that was allowed. He looked a bit taken aback when Patrice, he was like, oh, we can do that. So, yeah, I mean, it's certainly a nice moment to lock up a humongous score. I mean, in your currency, Maria, that's nearly $1 million, right? Very, very close.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. $1 million USD.
Yeah, it looks sexy on the Hender Mob when they convert it to dollars. There we go. Look at this. Zooming in. just to remind you where we are, the Czech capital. Runcan again coming in for a raise. I think this one makes more sense. Can fold out some dominating 6x and 3x.
Well, this is going to be the last hand of this blind level.
Don't think 10-9 will be going anywhere, though. Got a small measure of deception as well. Get some credit on the high cards when you've got the low cards in actuality.
Okay, so pretty solid flop for Marques. Bottom pair and the gut shot. Runcan, a whole 1%.
Running threes does happen, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. Yeah, and with hope in his heart, will put out 700K. Would be delighted to see a fold with just 6 high. Pedro, as James rightly says, a solid third pair. Gut shot, not going anywhere. Now, what does Runcan want to do with the 6-3? Where do we find our bluffs from? And he's reaching again. We can imagine, this might look wild, but we can imagine if Pedro had a hand like 9-7 of clubs, it's in a world of hurt versus this sizing. We can even imagine Queen Deuce of diamonds folding to this big bet, but Pedro with the straight. Just balancing when he has tougher decisions. Comes along.
Makes the call, and we now have a pot of 11 million.
Not much fun for Runcan, sitting on 6 high.
Board pairs on the river. Runcan is literally playing the board here. Oh, he's checked again.
Well, we do know that Runcan, has a little bit of a history of bluffing on paired boards. We'll see if he tries to fire a third barrel here.
That would be a disaster for him.
Oh, he's going for it, by the way.
Oh, he is. Those chips are 500K each. So it's a bet of 6.5 million.
Yeah, and Pedro doesn't snap call, by the way. Takes this bet seriously. Think we can fold. I wouldn't imagine so.
No. I understand taking some time, but equally, I don't see how.
By the way, he's sort of a believer. He yeah.
Makes the call. Runcan mucks, and that is a huge change in chip dynamic. This is the first time we've ever seen Pedro Marques have a significant chip advantage. He's got 31 million, Runcan's down to 12 million.
Yeah, a right smile from Paul Runcan as he mucks face down against Pedro.
Now,
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
A short while ago, you may have heard the voice of Nick Walsh introducing the players for the final of the Spin and Go Championship. Let's see the moment that actually started, shall we?
Hello everyone, and welcome to the first ever Spin and Go Championships. This is the final table. We've made it to the final 3. 81 players started yesterday. We are down to the final table now. First place prize today will be 25,000 euros. The first player to win 6 games in this event will take first place. In the event that we have one winner, but the other 2 have only the same number of wins, they will play a heads-up match to decide second and third, respectively. So now I would like to introduce our finalists. Hailing from Spain, we have Carlos. Can we give it up for Carlos, please? Come and have a seat. This is what you're playing for right here.
I like it's very close to me.
There you go. It's near him. Perfect. And from Lithuania, we have Mantas. Come on down. And last but not least, from Brazil, we have Muria. Take your seats, guys. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Spin and go.
So the final of the first ever Spin and Go Championship currently taking place as we go back to the heads-up battle in the main event. Blinds are up to 250,000, 500,000, and we have Marques raising with King Queen, Runcan shoving with Queen Jack.
Wow, and this could be it.
And that is a call, and it is a domination situation. And if King Queen holds here against Queen Jack, we have a winner.
Pedro Marques, long time pro.
Good luck.
On the brink of a title which he will forever be associated with if he can hold. Join a long list of EPT champions. Runcan looking for that jack.
24% chance. Five cards to come. The flop is king high. It's not looking good for Runcan. He's down to 4%. It could be all over on the turn.
Runcan stands awaiting his fate.
The turn card is a deuce and it's over. We have our champion here in Prague.
Yeah, that's the German. That's a
It is Pedro Marques, the second most successful poker player in Portuguese history. Only João Vieira has more than him on the Portuguese all-time money list, and he's just added another 963,450 euros to his poker CV.
Yeah, an absolutely wonderful final table performance. A great guy, really liked within the poker community, and now poker immortality with an EPT title. And congrats to Paul Runcan, second place finisher.
How much have we enjoyed watching this guy over the last few days? How much have we enjoyed the way he wielded that chip lead yesterday and today? That bluff he pulled off yesterday will live in poker history. It's going to be one of those hands you see again and again and again.
Yeah, great performance from both the guys. So glad that both of them locked up huge scores. Obviously a deal done, so 900,000 taken home by Runcan. And look at that, Pedro has been so stoic on the final table, getting the job done. You see the emotion on his face as he's hugged by his friends. Beautiful moment there.
Despite the deal,
the
win means so much. He'll get to lift that trophy. He called himself an EPT champion. He came close in Barcelona in 2018. He had that huge score in the PSPC in 2023. This is a victory. This is a #1 place. This is a place in poker history.
Ah, that's great to see. I mean, it means a lot. Like, you know, poker pros put so much time and energy into this game over the years, the beats, the tough finishes, the time away from family, studying and traveling to be part of the circuit. And you see what it means to someone like Pedro, despite all the success, to call yourself an EPT champion is a dream come true. That's beautiful.
It's so nice just to get that release at the end of a tournament,
Yes.
right? And be the last person standing, because you've been penting up all of these emotions throughout the duration of the tournament, trying to keep everything in check. And you just finally get to, you know, be overjoyed, but also it's a sigh of relief as well.
It's great.
And for the second year running in Prague, the guy who came into the final table as monster chip leader has to make do with a second place finish. But remember, because of the deal, Paul Runcan gets 900K, but it's 963,500 for our winner, Pedro Marques. And the great thing is we're going to get to hear from him. Joe Stapleton is down on the floor. He will speak to our champion, the final winner of the main event. The final main event, I should say, of the 2024 season of the European Poker Tour. Time for Pedro to talk to Joe.
Pedro, we were huge fans watching you for the last 5 days. You played with almost no emotion at the table. Couldn't tell if you were happy, sad, anything else. I can tell you're happy right now. You obviously are an emotional person. How do you keep the emotions in check when you're at the table?
I mean, I just think that when you're playing poker, it's not good to have too many ups or too lows. I just think it's better to keep it in the middle and stay relaxed and yeah, play hand by hand. So yeah.
I mean, you made an amazing comeback today. Were you feeling low at any point?
I mean, yeah, at a certain point where we four-handed or three-handed, I thought that my chances were really low, but yeah, in poker you never know. Everything can happen and yeah, all can change.
And I know that you've come close a few times on the tour before. You finally did it. Tell me what that means to you.
I mean, yeah, this is huge for me, man. I've been playing this for 10 years and it's an amazing feeling. I hope, yeah, one day everybody here in this room can have this feeling because it's fucking great. Yeah.
Fantastic. Pedro, thanks very much.
You heard the man. It's effing great. He will be presented with that trophy in just a few moments. I'll tell you what, guys, this final table went a lot quicker than I anticipated, and not in the way that I think anyone necessarily saw. We had 3 very quick eliminations today. You joined us for the second level of the day, Sam. We were already three-handed.
Yeah, remarkable.
Alonsov, first player out, followed by Anton Bergstrom, and again, highlighting we came into the day with the prospect of our first ever 3-time EPT winner. Yesterday, Anton Bergstrom finally was prepared to reveal that he is the player behind the online handle What If God. What If God won 2 EPT online titles in back-to-back years, 2020 and 2021. Could have won his 3rd EPT trophy today, but had to make do with a 5th place finish. Barak Oz is going to be taking the better part of 400K back to Israel. Remember, he's going to be getting married in a few months. Weddings are expensive, but I'm going to say that money will help.
Yeah, certainly. Huge score for Barak.
Maria Jayung Park just clung on and laddered superbly. When you consider he was the short stack with 9 players remaining, $500,000 is not a bad result.
Yeah, life comes at you fast. 1 minute, you know, you're burning time banks trying to make a ladder, and next you come in 3rd. You got to be happy with that.
And when we got heads up, Paul Runcan had such a big advantage. We said, look, this could be over in just a few hands. But Pedro Marques would not lie down. And yes, I think we saw that experience. I think we saw that pedigree come to the fore. And crucially, when he was able to get almost even with Paul Runcan, they were able to strike that deal. 900K each, playing for the additional 63.5K and the trophy. Once again, after the heads-up battle started and they were even, Runcan had the chip advantage. Looks like it was going to be Pedro finishing 2nd. In back-to-back hands, we saw Runcan lose the chip lead, and then the very next hand, Pedro Marques close it out. He is an EPT champion, he is a winner, and he now gets to receive the winner's trophy. So back down to the tournament floor and Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the EPT Prague main event. Joining me on stage with our worthy champion is King's Poker Room manager, Jan Rakusan. Tournament director, Toby Stone. PokerStars European Business Development Manager, Julian Liarte. EPT Live Events Manager, Margarita Kuzmina. And PokerStars Live Events Associate Director, Cedric Below. Before we hand over the trophy, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Joe. As we are closing the last PokerStars live event of the year, I want to address a warm thank you to many, many people. First and foremost, our partner Kings Casino here in Prague, partner for many, many years. It's an amazing EPT in Prague. Everyone loves it. Thank you very much for hosting and being an amazing partner with us. Of course, a big, big thank you to all PokerStars live events team. It has been a very busy year, many, many locations worldwide. Great job being done. Represented by Julian and Margarita, fantastic job by the whole EPT team, and in general, all PokerStars colleagues, everyone involved. They are, of course, not only PokerStars. The live event involves many, many other persons. You see the TV production, the dealers, the partners, the media, many, many people. It's been a splendid year. But of course, the players. Nothing of it would be possible without your support, guys. All players. Your loyalty is amazing to see for us. We hope to see many of you next year at our live events. And just Merry Christmas to all of you now. Thank you very much. Now it's time for the winner.
Thank you, Cedric. And now there's only one thing left to do, besting a field of 1,458 to take the title and nearly €1 million for first place. Please give it up to Pedro Marques.
A very deserving champion. And that trophy lift will close out EPT 2024. Thank you very much for watching our coverage of EPT Prague. A reminder, there will be a full roundup of this festival on the PokerStars blog. You'll get updates and stories from the EPT, from Howard, Jack, and the rest of the team. And guess what, guys? It's going to be a while, but we will see you in the new year for more live streams, for live coverage of the 2025 season of the EPT. But for now, from Sam Grafton, Maria Ho, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, the PokerStars production team, and everyone at the European Poker Tour, I'm James Hartigan saying Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and good night from Prague.
Yeah, 100 sounds so funny when I could keep it 1,000. I know you don't really want it. I'm like, don't worry, we gon' keep it running for miles after you done, cause I know you don't really want it. I'm obsessed though, you right, that's why I'm the best though. Too right, when they talking I say less though. Alright, I'm the one they thought they left, but I got it too right. All of my company is girls, I feel like 3,200 or 3,000. None of my G's is down on low, cause you know that we bout it. In your dreams, you're number one, real life, you can't do nothing about it. I heard you say you the greatest, guess your vision must be closed. Just a little bit, or a lot, I got her in pole position, I don't need a pit stop. Never miss out on a mission, I'ma make it if you know. And you know I'm never missing, I'ma be the short clock. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Yeah, 100 sounds so funny when I could keep it 1,000. I know you don't really want it. I'm like, don't worry, we gon' keep it running for miles after you done, cause I know you don't really want it. I'm obsessed though, you right, that's why I'm the best though. Too right, when they talking I say less though. Alright, I'm the one they thought they left, but I got it too right.